Hit unlink those screens. Yep, sorry, those are, yeah.
Oh, good. Good morning. Hey.
We're missing maybe a little more space.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning to Commissioner Doherty.
Good morning.
And Deputy Director Higgins, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
This is Thursday, July 21st. This is the July meeting of the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission. Will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Curran,
Here.
Commissioner Doherty,
Here.
Commissioner Floyd,
Here.
Commissioner Gibbs Porter,
Here.
Commissioner Miletus,
Here.
Commissioner Revolve,
Here.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Here. The approval of the June 15th, 2022 commission meeting. Everybody's had a chance to review it. Anybody have any comments? If not, do we need a motion of,
Chair,
yes,
I move to approve the June 15th, 2022 commission meeting minute as written.
and you know what, just one quick second before we do that, I apologize. Lori, on the minutes, I think you're doing a fantastic job, much different than it was. One of the things I would like to see in these minutes is that when there's comments about penalties or any of the liquor or marijuana complaint issues, if any of the commissioners bring up concerns about that, I'd like to have at least one or two comments in there about the concerns of the commissioners in terms of those complaint issues. Okay, I noticed that was missing, and I think that's important in terms of preserving a record on it. Okay, I apologize for that. Let's take the roll.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Here.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Here.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. It's our pleasure at this time to have an update from the Oregon Distributors. Danielle, Steve, Eric, come and talk to us. Thank you for being here. And Danielle in particular, I just want to thank you for going beyond what you really needed to on many occasions for us. I appreciate that very much. I know the commission does this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum, and good morning. Good morning, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Danelle Romaine. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Beer and Wine Distributors Association. Really appreciate the chance to speak with you today. We won't take up too much of your time. We're just going to do a very quick overview of Oregon Distributors. And I think we do have a few new commissioners since we last spoke to the commission in 2019. It's been a very long time, so appreciate the opportunity to just go through a little bit on the three-tier system. Our association and the OLCC have a lot in common in that we have this dual mission of both selling beer and wine and alcohol, and also really ensuring that the product is only sold to people who are legally able to have the product, that it's sold in moderation, and that the alcohol laws that allow for a fair marketplace are enforced by the state of Oregon. Next slide, please. So this is just a graphic of the three-tier system. In Oregon, we have 400 breweries, we have 1,000 wineries, 1,300 vineyards, 70 cideries, 73 licensed distributors, 10,000 restaurants, and we all create hundreds of thousands of jobs. We produce billions in terms of economic development for the state, so we're quite an important sector, and I know you hear about that at your monthly meetings from the various folks who come up and testify about the economic contributions of this sector. We're part of Oregon's identity, and that's been lost a little bit over the past couple of years with some of the challenges through COVID and other challenges that our industry has faced, which our distributors will talk about. We operate within a very well-regulated three-tier system. Producers can choose to be distributed via a beer and wine distributor, or they can self-distribute in Oregon. And we have a really excellent working relationship with our wineries and breweries in the state. We work together on most all issues, and if we have a conflict, we try and work it out behind the scenes. Before Prohibition, and I know you know this, there was a lot of vertical integration between large brewers and the retailers, which allowed for really the proliferation of cheap alcohol to be sold, and was one of the reasons for Prohibition. After the 21st Amendment to the US Constitution was passed, states enacted these three-tier systems essentially to prohibit the sale of cheap alcohol, to ensure that alcohol is controlled, to ensure that everyone has equal access to the marketplace. And we rely on the OLCC to enforce those laws about preventing financial assistance, ensuring that retailers all pay the same price for beer and wine, whether you're a mom and pop convenience store or whether you're Costco, everyone's paying the same price. Those are laws that are often not understood very well by the general public, and we see them attacked often legislatively, and we defend them. People don't understand why they exist. They exist so that your local brewer who wants to self-distribute has the same access as a large brewer or a large distributor to that grocery store shelf. So they're quite important. I'd like to turn it over to Eric Forrest from Bigfoot Beverages, just to talk a little bit about his businesses, if you don't mind switching to the next slide. We've had quite a few challenges, and I'm sure some of these are similar to some of the other folks in our sector that you've heard from over the past several years: natural disasters, employee shortages, which are ongoing, fuel costs, the 2-year pandemic, supply chain issues, and inflation. And so Eric will talk specifically about some of those issues.
Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity today. Again, my name is Eric Forrest. I'm getting old. I keep pulling it off. No, I'm co-president of Bigfoot Beverages based in Eugene, Oregon, lifelong Oregonian. Had the opportunity to serve in a public-facing role like you're doing, being on the 4J school board in the past, as well as serving on a couple governor's task forces as it relates to the bottle bill. So thank you for your service. Very much appreciated.
It's getting hotter and hotter in this day and age, isn't it?
Yes. And I'm currently the chair of the Oregon Beverage Recycling Co-op. So we work with you all, and again, appreciate that partnership. So I thought I'd start, Danelle suggested give you a little background. So what you have here in front of you is a really big distributor and a much smaller distributor. So we'll show you the different sizes of what we do. Our business was founded in 1947. My wife's grandfather was a prune farmer down in Roseburg, Oregon, and became a Pepsi bottler out of his little prune dryer in actually Winston, Oregon. So we got into the beverage business back then. We're a Pepsi bottler and still are. We are a joint venture, so we have partners from Bend. They got into business in 1969. And then PepsiCo owns a minority share in our business. So we have been around in that form since 1988. I'll tell you, we got into malt beverage and wine in 2013, and it's been great for our business. We've been able to, because of our three-tier system, been able to utilize the same trucks, same warehouse system that we currently had, but add about 100 employees. So we were, at that point in time, we were 200 employees, grew to 300, now at 400. So it's been very healthy for our business. So thank you for that opportunity. And it's also given us the opportunity to work with 80 suppliers on the malt beverage side as well as wine. And many of those are local Oregon businesses. And that's frankly been a true joy when you've mainly been working with a large international PepsiCo out of New York. When you get to drive up into rural Oregon and meet with a brewer who's following their dream, and you're able to help bring their product to market, it's been very enjoyable. And it sparked that entrepreneurial spirit back into our business, and our employees appreciated that. So when we went into malt beverage, we changed our name from Pepsi to Bigfoot, trying to embrace fun and Northwest and show that we had a breadth of portfolio. We operate 5 distribution centers, 11 counties. So much of the Oregon coast, as you can see, a lot of the central Willamette Valley, Douglas County area, and central Oregon. Danelle suggested, she mentioned a few of the headwinds. Just to reiterate, really hard to find people right now. You hear that all the time. In particular, folks with a commercial driver's license. Spend a lot of time now having our own in-house training, trying to continue to train folks, but also seeing a ton of shortages on supply affecting both our suppliers and frankly us. We are just now taking delivery of tractors that we ordered to pull our trailers that were 2020 orders, and they're just now rolling in. So, that has been a challenge. And of course, wage inflation and fuel is tough right now.
This is your,
Good morning.
this is season 2.
Yes, very busy right now.
What?
So, those are challenges. I would, just from an Oregon landscape, as you can tell, told you over the 10 years, we've gone from 200.
We got a bad connection.
That means we're growing in
Yeah, a
more
little better.
space, and it is incredibly hard to find land in the state of Oregon right now.
Yeah.
Been on a 2-year search in the Eugene area because we want to build a larger warehouse, and we've yet to be able to find some property that can
Well,
accommodate.
we know a little bit about
We've
that.
been living.
Yeah, and you're familiar, Marvin's very familiar with the issue in Eugene. He and I were working on that 20 years ago. But you guys have been through this.
He
too.
was 5.
Yeah.
Didn't tell me.
Marvin, both our hair was a little different color back then. And then the only other thing I had, and I'll turn it over, is I think we're seeing a changing in the landscape of beverages within your all category. I mean, we're seeing softness in craft beer right now, seeing even softness in the hard seltzer category, although still growth, but real change with ready to drink cocktails. And I think we're seeing younger consumers and consumers in general having a little bit of change in their tastes. And so that's affecting our business. And in fact, we're having a little bit of softness this year, certainly in comparison to the previous 5. So it's an interesting time for us right now. With that, I'll yield the floor.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Steve Gibbs. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for Columbia Distributing. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Greatly appreciate it. So I'm relatively new to Columbia. I just started basically the end of last year. So I'm still kind of getting up to speed on a lot of things. I'm using that crutch a little bit. So hopefully you'll bear with me on that. But Columbia was founded in 1935. Right now we have about just over 1,100 employees. That's just in Oregon, but we do distribute up in Washington as well. So company-wide, we've got about 2,500 employees, the largest distributor in the Pacific Northwest. I think as the chairman indicated, right now is our busiest time during the summer months. We see about a 30% volume increase during those times. Things have been a little bit difficult. We'd love to see things a little bit better over the next quarter. So hopefully that will improve. We do have, as you can see on the map, we do have 5 warehouse facilities, one of them out in Canby, which I understand will be neighbors here at some point soon. So, and that facility just opened up a few years ago. Incredible facility. If you haven't been out there, we'd love to show it to you. We also opened up our headquarters in Wilsonville, which again, that happened just before COVID. So it sat empty for a while, but it's a beautiful facility. We'd love to have you out there as well. Just kind of touching on a few things that I think are really important that stood out for me when I joined Columbia. We had a senior leadership retreat just a month ago. And out of all the senior leaders there, one of the questions was, where did you get started in the business? And 47% of them raised their hand at frontline positions, meaning merchandising, warehouse, and picking or driving. So that's a pretty incredible number. It goes to show you that what we do in the industry altogether, it can provide, family wages, and it can provide a career development that you could start, by slinging those cases at your Fred Meyer's, your Safeway, your Albertsons, all those places, but then you can end up being a senior leader at an organization. I'm assuming Bigfoot's the same sort of thing. So it's really kind of cool to see that growth and what we try to put back into our employees. Just a couple of things I mentioned. Again, this was kind of stood out to me, but we've got about 206 suppliers. With those suppliers, there's over 600 brands. And that kind of equates into 6,000 SKUs. So 6,000 different things. It can be that Coors Light from a 24 ounce to a 12 ounce to a bottle to, all those different things like that. So a lot of people, I know you all understand that, but a lot of people I find trying to educate them on what that means and the logistics behind trying to get all that to market. So it's a pretty impressive thing, if you ask me. Beyond that, I just say we're facing some of the same difficulties. Those frontline employees, trying to find those, bring them on, retain them is very difficult right now. CDL's very difficult. We're doing everything we can, looking for unique opportunities to try and recruit, and so we're doing that every single day. Beyond that, I think as Eric mentioned, I think one of the big issues we'll see coming up is RTDs, and I know that's a big issue for you all. And so that's something, that we'll be looking at, and we're kind of in a unique situation because we also have the facilities and we distribute up in Washington. So we do distribute spirits up there. And so those are things that, we'd love to have those discussions with you as well going forward. But beyond that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to Danelle.
Yeah, I was just gonna, if you don't mind going to the next slide, I just had listed a couple issues that we think are coming up during the 2023 legislative session. As you know, we just were successful in defeating a liquor privatization initiative for the third time in Oregon over the past 10 years. That was something our association worked very hard on, essentially for the past year. One of the offshoots coming out of that larger issue is the smaller issue of low alcohol ready-to-drink cocktails, which I know you have now in the warehouse. They're causing issues. I don't want to speak for you for the warehouse. I know we've heard from the liquor store owners that they don't want them in their stores. And so I do think there will be some upcoming discussions between stakeholders, including our group, OLCC, and many other stakeholders on whether it's appropriate to essentially privatize or figure out a different system for getting those ready-to-drink low ABV cocktails into grocery stores. So I know that issue is coming up, and we look forward to working with all of you on that issue. Alcohol taxes, beer and wine taxes come up every session. Oregon has, over the past several years, appropriated historic funding to behavioral health. Our former OHA director said Oregon is spending more than 75% of other states in terms of behavioral health, which is amazing. We have a question about whether that money is actually getting to the treatment providers via OHA and whether those programs are working. It obviously affects our sector. We get, we're part of that conversation. And so we have a really keen interest in ensuring those programs are working, that the money's going out the door, and that there is enough funding for those programs. I know we'll be talking about that in 2023, and we look forward to those conversations. And then finally, what I said initially about just ensuring that marketplace protections and ensuring that there's an equal access to the market for everybody are protected during the legislative session. We see bills all the time to try and erode the system, and we'll be defending the system in front of the legislature. That's all we have. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Commissioners,
Sure.
Commissioner Robel, seniority goes first.
First off, Steve, I didn't mean to dish you when I gave the group hug. I hadn't seen Eric in a while, and we've been working together, like you said, 20 years trying to look at economic development for the state. Daniel is very much correct in that this is long-term in what we do and what you do. None of this is overnight, ladies and gentlemen. It is important that we keep in mind the past because it helps us live into the future. We need what you're doing. We understand that. The fact that your organizations and your organization has such a, incredible impact in the state of Oregon, it just goes to prove that you're doing it right, and we're trying to support you in everywhere we can. So thank you very much for all you do. I appreciate that. And Buddy, it's great to see you again.
Anybody else? Commissioner?
Hi,
Go for it.
so nice to meet all of you. I'd like you to just educate me because I'm not clear about what have you seen, or is there really a true negative impact on the industry because of the cocktail to
You know, Commissioner, if you don't mind, I'll just take that question. We stayed out of that issue legislatively. It's really not our issue. And I would say the OLCC in particular was so nimble in addressing issues that were really affecting certain industry sectors during COVID, more than any other state agency. There were so many important things that you did as a commission and that the legislature did to help really struggling industry, including the restaurant industry, who had to pivot really, really fast. So I think that was important, even though that wasn't something that directly impacted distributors.
Well, thank God we don't make the laws in this state. Because if we did, we'd be in a lot of trouble. All we can do is interpret them and put the regulations out for them. RTD is going to be an issue an issue. The alcohol revenue on addiction treatment, I could spend an hour on that right now and not even touch the surface on it, but those things are going to be resolved, and they're going to look to us in terms of regulations, in terms of implementation. But these things are going to be very interesting over the next year, no question about it. Thank you.
Just one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, nothing, just a comment. We're gonna try to get a time on the books, and Janelle and I will connect and get figure it out so we can do a tour of some of the facilities with the commission. And one thing, maybe we chatted a little bit on our call, but when we build a new warehouse, one thing that I think will be good to see at the distributorship is how they kind of have almost like a showroom or like a place to display and have people in and show off the products. And we've got a couple in mind, but Janelle will be at all of them, and we'll connect. But coming up, we'll get a time on the books to go see some of these facilities, and might give us some good ideas for what to do on the new warehouse. Thank you again for everything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can get the IT to integrate with the warehouse. And we're really gonna see no other choice. Oregon Cannabis Association, excuse me, Association update. Come on up.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
That's Ward Horton and Amanda Messer. Good morning.
There is
Did
one
you
other-
drive up?
I did,
Good for you.
just
This
to see
morning?
your smiling faces.
We have one other person that was joining us remotely. Okay, perfect. And she was going to go ahead and start.
Good
Hi,
morning.
everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Awesome. So thank you, Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anna Kaplan, and it's my pleasure to join you on behalf of the Oregon Cannabis Association and in the stead of our interim executive director, Megan Wallstatter. To introduce myself, I'm a board member of the OCA and chair of the Social Action and Engagement Committee. I'm also a licensee and have been working in the Oregon cannabis industry since 2015. My company, Sugar Top Buttery, is based in Eugene, Oregon, and was founded 7 years ago. And we currently hold every license type in Oregon with the exception of the laboratory license, and have the opportunity to work as an ODA hemp handler as well. At one point, our company employed 43 people, and we've now had to scale back to 20 due to the difficulties facing the Oregon cannabis market. And in addition to Sugar Top Buttery, I've also had the privilege to act as president to a local nonprofit called Women Leaders in Cannabis. Again, I thank you for your time and the opportunity to represent the OCA here today. The Oregon Cannabis Association is a diverse group of cultivators, processors, retailers, entrepreneurs, and allied businesses. Our mission is to represent all of the aspects of the Oregon cannabis community and to act as a voice to help one another survive and thrive. We actively engage the industry and represent Oregon cannabis through networking events, educational workshops, and political representation. And we represent all types of companies, from large interstate companies to mom and pop business and everything in between. Founded in 2014, we're the oldest cannabis trade association and the cannabis PAC in Oregon. In fact, we're the only cannabis trade association that has a PAC. And since our inception, we've been lobbying for sound policy that promotes best business practices, workplace safety, and safe products for consumers. Each election cycle, the OCA PAC interviews key statewide legislative candidates, issues endorsements, and makes contributions. So far this cycle, we've raised $45,000 and counting. One of the most rewarding parts of working in cannabis is the collaboration between the trade associations, regulators, and legislators. And we're constantly searching for ways to improve the industry. Some of our bigger issues come from the lack of education between our entities, and the OCA hopes to use our time today to share with the commissioners some of the burdens this young industry currently faces, from restrictive regulations and legislation, federal prohibition, license saturation, and market instability. As one of the only industries in Oregon that provides the state with revenue from sales tax, it's imperative that the regulators and licensees continue to collaborate to protect the long-term viability of the regulated system. The Oregon cannabis market is truly struggling right now. Retail sales are down approximately 20% from this time last year. Companies are not able to pay their bills, and we're seeing increasing numbers leave the market permanently. Flower prices are the lowest they've been since 2019, averaging $689 per pound. I can personally attest to the dramatic wave of cannabis businesses shutting their doors, businesses that I've had the privilege to work side by side with since the inception of the recreational program, and companies that showcase the best of what Oregon has to offer. What we have at stake here is the loss of what has always made Oregon cannabis arguably the best in the world, the loss of the expertise, craft know-how, and integrity of Oregonian-owned businesses that's been the foundation of this industry and set Oregon apart as a cannabis destination among other legal states. Many factors are to blame when assessing the trajectory of the industry struggle today. During the early months of the pandemic, cannabis sales reached their peak. In a time of global health instability, cannabis consumption was a significant part of pandemic life, and many companies expanded to meet this increased demand. However, that sales bubble has popped and continues to slow due to recent inflation, astronomical gas prices, and to be expected the return to work in our post-pandemic normal. As a result, this increased production capacity has become excess production capacity. And until there are outlets outside of the Oregon consumer base, for example, interstate commerce, or a shift in how consumers can enjoy cannabis, for example, consumption spaces, we're simply producing too much for our Oregon consumer lifestyle. Like everyone, cannabis companies are also managing an extremely unstable employment market. Cannabis workers are hopping from one company to another in search of higher pay and benefits to meet our inflated economy. And the inflated sales dollars from the beginning of the pandemic have also created an illusion that cannabis companies have reaped a massive windfall. And in fact, we're struggling as much or even more than other industries. Due to federal prohibition, our industry simply has higher operating costs than most. We're charged more than other industries for basic services, but our access to external funding sources is severely restricted. The few businesses with access to banking pay thousands of dollars for a basic checking account and spend even more in travel to and from limited banking locations. And operating unbanked can be far more costly, especially when you factor in the high rate of robberies in our industry. Cannabis businesses were also unable to receive any federal aid during the pandemic due to cannabis being listed as a Schedule I drug by the DEA. We're also unable to deduct normal operating expenses, including but not limited to portions of labor, rent, utilities, due to IRS Section 280E. And this results in cannabis businesses with marginal tax rates of 90% or more. And until we can operate our businesses without these federal restrictions, cannabis businesses will continue to have higher financial burdens. The OLCC cannabis program has reached market saturation. Oregon currently has 801 retail stores with another 111 applications in queue. There's one store per 5,200 residents, which is more per capita than any other state with a recreational market. There are 1,395 producer licenses with another 222 in queue. And this is one producer per 2,994 residents in Oregon. During the short session this year, House Bill 4016 was passed, creating a full license moratorium for the cannabis industry for 2 years. And it's provided a necessary pause to consider other options correcting the cannabis market. The OCA doesn't see how the saturation will be resolved before the current moratorium expires, and our members are concerned that we're using a temporary Band-Aid to fix a hemorrhaging market. Another moratorium would require an extensive legislative process, a costly and complicated endeavor that could be easily avoided. The OCA has initiated discussions with legislators to introduce the concept of using market-based metrics to lift the moratorium in lieu of a legislative process. A successful legislative process requires extensive resources from the industry and regulators to educate the legislators. We believe a more productive and cost-effective option would be to keep the conversation between regulators and industry members, the true subject matter experts. And the use of clearly defined market-based metrics would allow these experts to assure the Oregon licensing system allows all licensees to thrive along with the market at large. Forgive me, I'm speaking very fast, but thank you for bearing with me. So the metric tracking system is another aspect of the regulatory system where we see opportunities for improvement. The current system requires licensees to use a grossly excessive number of tags and added significant extra cost for already burdened licensees. The problem is particularly significant for producers who can burn through thousands of tags per month as a result of the requirement for a tag per plant. Metrics efficiency also needs to be improved. Our members constantly relay software malfunctions and ineffective, confusing, or unresponsive customer support, and we look forward to working with the OLCC to improve metrics functionality. The OCA would also like to define hemp and cannabis products as intoxicating and non-intoxicating products. Intoxicating products would be anything containing more than 0.03% THC, and non-intoxicating would be those non-intoxicating would include those products containing less than 0.03% THC. The OCA is working on a process to keep intoxicating products in the regulated retail outlets and non-intoxicating products in the open market. The current artificially derived cannabinoid regulations are also too restrictive and need to be re-examined. Identifying products as intoxicating and non-intoxicating could facilitate the innovation Oregon needs to remain competitive with other states. Oregon is also falling behind other states with regard to our consumption laws. California and Colorado have passed laws allowing on-site consumption, including events and indoor consumption lounges. Cannabis users in Oregon still don't have a space to consume safely and legally outside of a private home. Due to the current laws restricting consumption in hotels and rental homes, tourists have even fewer options. In some cases, a person visiting Oregon could find they have no legal venue in which to consume legally purchased products. If Oregon allowed consumption, we could capture more cannabis tourism dollars. Cities and counties could also generate income from consumption event permits. Consumption events could also increase industry sales as consumers are exposed to a wider variety of products. And purchase-based consumption would open a new vertical for the industry, allowing customers to pursue higher-end products and creating brand allegiance. To provide a small anecdote, I believe the OLCC has the know-how and expertise to use what has worked so beautifully in alcohol regulation and apply the same principles to cannabis to better support Oregon brands and retailers. In my professional career prior to cannabis, I managed a craft whiskey bar where we showcased over 250 different North American whiskeys. Having the product knowledge and education to be able to sell 250 varietals of the same liquor is extremely similar to the education and nuance that comes with cannabis cultivars and CPGs. The key to this success was sampling and tasting at both the retail purchasing and consumer purchasing level. With the ability to exercise sales strategies that have worked for decades in alcohol, I personally believe that the education and product differentiation here will only support responsible and educated consumers and increase consumer spending. In addition to regulatory priorities, it's important to note that the OCA supports the newly created license reassignment program. Our state needs to create opportunities for historically disadvantaged populations to have access to and opportunity within the cannabis industry. We sincerely look forward to working with the OLCC to create the proper framework that will allow equitable access to cannabis licenses. And these are just a few of the many issues that are top of mind for the Oregon Cannabis Association as we discuss the hurdles we face and how regulatory changes can provide support and opportunity for our industry. Our members are fighting every day for both shelf space and survival, and it's my honor to have the opportunity to represent them today and the greater organization. If there's anything I've learned from my time in Oregon Cannabis, it's that this industry and the businesses working in it are the most passionate, agile, and adaptive I've ever known. Working alongside the OLCC to support the changing needs of this evolving industry is a testament to how collaboratively we can continue to both set the standard and pave the way for the future of Oregon cannabis. Thank you all so much for your time.
Take a deep breath. Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My only regret is I couldn't be there in person with you all today.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the time this morning. My name is Jeanette Ward-Horton, and I'm representing a new project. I'm also really representing the the folks who aren't yet in the industry. And I want to speak from their perspectives, and I want to start with the moratorium. So Anna just mentioned the moratorium bill it passed, and spoke about this opportunity that we have to think about how this market should evolve, how it should move forward, how it should set itself up to be positioned ahead of federal legalization to truly be another tax source for Oregon, another way we can talk about how industry here is growing and industry here is bringing opportunity to communities. And so while I understand the moratoriums, what the moratorium can do for this moment in time to let the market settle and to let us think about how the market can be smart, I want to talk about those folks who got in line, and Anna gave the numbers about who's in line. And I want to talk about how I've had conversations with these people, and there's a mix of folks in line. There are folks who are highly leveraged, who are opening their second or third business. And then there are folks who are making their first big bet on their first entrepreneurial business. And I had a conversation with a couple of people, and I want to share their story with you. But I appreciate Eric from Bigfoot Beverages when he talked about what a joy it is for him. I came from Coca-Cola Company, and I used to work with bottlers, so I understand exactly who Bigfoot Beverages is and what it means to be that large organization tapped into Pepsi, but then what it means to be smart and local and to have these craft and small entrepreneurs who are right here in Oregon who also get to benefit from, he talked about PepsiCo being in New York, get to benefit from being plugged into that global economy, and in a way that really brings Oregon, I think, to life and showcases the best of what we have. We can do the same in cannabis. So Eric's example was really, I was like, great, he did my work there. I was going to talk about craft beer, and I was going to talk about, the ability to keep these mom and pop and these local craft cultivators alive, but Eric set us up. We can do the same in cannabis. And so I spoke to an EMT. He's working today as an EMT, and his wife is a substance abuse counselor. And they believe passionately, they got themselves in line. They bought their house that also has the ability for them to grow on the property. So they're living on the property that they're getting ready to, they think, get licensed to grow on. They bet their whole farm, right? They put every single bit of savings that they'd saved for years. And what you can imagine is not incomes that give you a lot of room for savings, right? He's an EMT, she's a substance abuse counselor. And they called the OLC a number of times, and this was their story, to understand, is this moratorium going to lift? Is this the right thing to do? Should we be leveraging our savings? And the OLCC folks said, yes, the moratorium is going to lift, because that's what they thought at the time. And then legislation happened, and it didn't happen. And they were devastated, as you can imagine, trying to figure out what to do. And in this conversation with them, I said, there are lots of ways to get into the industry. Let's talk about other ways you could serve the industry, and other ways you could be a business that brings they've got a passion about honestly, people getting off meth and heroin via cannabis. They've seen this firsthand. This is what they believe. And I said, you could do this other ways. And they said, no, we believe in the power of good medicine. We want to grow craft cannabis. And it's like, how do you talk people out of that passion? What we need to do is give people the opportunity, the pathway to make a go at it. And you never know what craft cannabis brands will explode out of Oregon or not. Or they'll just be a beautiful local brand that's forever a part of our economy. But we have to make that pathway part of what comes out of this moratorium. So I want to quote Director Steve Marks and say that the goal is durable minority-owned businesses. I would say it's durable, historically excluded owned businesses. That's minorities, that's veterans, that's women. And durable means that they also not just have the path to get the license, but the capital to compete. What the moratorium is going to do practically is drive up the value of licenses. What the moratorium is going to do practically is bring in some outside capital. It could be good for Oregon, but at the same time, how do you have those craft businesses that sustain, that survive, that live, that you can have a Bigfoot Beverages one day sit down and say, I love how I drive around and see our craft farmers still growing. So the commission has so much ability to do that. About how a couple of other folks say that, and as you said, Commissioner Ball, it's not overnight. We have a couple of years, I think, of runway, really, as we go back to the legislation of 4016, get some technical things right, to lay out a path where the commission, I think, does something very similar to what you do with alcohol in terms of approving your alcohol retailers. And I've been working with Director Marks. I think you've crossed some some new thresholds and getting more diversity there and learn some new things. So I think there's a process we can copy and how you kind of approve licensees for those alcohol outlets and those retail outlets. And we can do the same to make sure that those that leverage the farm and who have these dreams have a path to get there. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
I want to hold my comments until.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's do it that way, that's fine.
But
You're up.
nice to see you all
Nice to see
again. For the record, my name is Amanda Metzler. I am the former president of Farms Inc., Oregon's Cannabis Farm Advocates, and now a founding board member of the Cannabis Industry Alliance of Oregon. I wanted to thank the commission for coming to Southern Oregon last month. It meant the world to us. I think a lot of good information came out of there, Chair, especially your recognition on the issue that's happening with Metric and hearing the licensees and the offer to give some public hearings in front of the RFP process.
We're gonna have them.
Well, we are excited and we are ready for those meetings to be hosted. Since the last time that I saw you, the CIA went on a roadshow across the state, meeting with licensees, and we got a lot of feedback on a lot of innovative ideas, one being recycled plastics program and also a craft cannabis designation. The thing that I wanted to start with and what's going to be happening the most for us in the 2023 legislative session is going to be taxes. Just like beer and wine, they come every year back for that. We do not have an issue with cannabis taxes. We have a distribution problem. Measure 110 has created a monopoly on the money and its ability to be distributed out to cities and counties who are struggling the most. But there is a fallacy in raising cannabis taxes that the consumer will take the brunt of those taxes. What will happen in any additional cannabis tax raising is it's going to come directly to the farmer. And the reason that this is happening is because of the system that we have for selling product. So currently, I, as the producer, put all of the money in up front to grow, harvest, trim, test the product. Then I give it to a wholesaler on consignment, which is a loan, for them to then in turn broker a deal with a retailer that it could be a net 15, net 30 day before they even get paid. In this sort of model, the consumer is already smoking the product that I grew before I even see the money. So as the farmer being the last one to get paid in that supply chain, we will be taking the brunt of what that tax increase is, not the consumer who will be purchasing it at that level. The small independent farmer struggles and has to go through this wholesale model because we cannot afford to have on-staff sales teams. There is some legislation coming out of the U.S. House of Representatives that's going to be introduced from Representative Huffman out of Northern California, which is a direct-to-consumer shipping model for small independent farms. And that's going to actually get introduced at the end of this month. I have been sitting on a group with other small farm associations from across the state, and we've been working together to designate what a small farmer would be, to be able to have these direct-to-consumer shipping models similar to what wine does in 46 states that are happening there. This is a solution that could help the small independent farmer without doubt. That is us dealing directly with the consumer. It eliminates anything being on consignment. And those who would be able to sustain in that model of their craft small farmer will rise to the top in the direct-to-consumer model. They will have another pathway to be able to sell their product and survive here in the current industry. Oregon is going to be an export state. We already know that because of the large producing counties of Southern Oregon, of Josephine and Jackson County. Business Oregon was actually directed by the legislature to do a study on the cannabis industry and look at it from a different perspective as a pillar of industry as opposed to a public safety issue. And so we've been working closely with Business Oregon on what the drafting of the RFP will look like for that. And we look forward to the conclusions that will be coming out of that conversation and that study on how cannabis is a pillar and could be for economic development here in the state as well. And I do sit on the HB 3000 task force that has been meeting.
There are 3 subcommittees for that are addressing the cannabinoid issue, law enforcement, and natural resources, which would be a cross-pollination sort of issue. I've been beating this drum on cross-pollination for years now. There's a big fear that if we do not have some sort of regulation around hemp, unregulated hemp pollen, and we currently have unregulated hemp pollen. And so if we don't have any sort of regulation around hemp pollen leaving the hemp fields to cross-pollinate cannabis farms, we risk losing what Southern Oregon is, centimia grown cannabis, meaning without seed. I was a victim of a cross-pollination issue in 2019. I lost an entire crop for people who did not look for their males in the field. That was a $500,000 loss. The entire crop had to be destroyed. And we can't afford small independent farmers to take hits like that. And so I would ask, coming down the pipeline right now, we don't have any actual industrial hemp being grown for textiles. If that were to happen in Southern Oregon, they don't look for males and take them out. They grow males and females and the pollen blows all around. We would lose what that pillar of the economy would be by the producing counties in Southern Oregon. We are addressing these issues in the HB 3000 task force, so do expect to see some legislative ideas coming out of there. And I am open for any questions.
Amanda, you really are terrific. I believe it's been 5 years now, and just the enthusiasm and your devotion to this is commendable. Just thank you for that.
Well, Chair, I appreciate it. And just like Jeanette said, like my whole life is wrapped up into this. I am a small independent producer and my entire savings
and that's why it's important. And that's why you're appreciated. Believe me, I'm just not saying that. Your devotion to this is understandable.
I will see it through to the end. We will protect the small farmer here in Southern Oregon.
Commissioner Rubel.
So Amanda, thanks to everyone for coming first off. And you heard me say, I get to be the historian now, because as he implied, I'm old.
Yes.
So Commissioner Melendez and I were in some of the original commissioners who, when marijuana became recreational legal. And for those of you who don't know, I'm a former police officer. So when I got assigned to the board and they told me about this ballot measure, I said, oh, hell no. 3 issues that we're looking at. First off, I put more Black people in jail for marijuana than I can ever hope to forget. This state, with the guidance of that man, Steve Marks, said, tell you what, if all you had on your record was a conviction for marijuana, no guns, no heroin, no nothing, you can get a license. Matt and I and the other commissioners ran with that. We went to meetings throughout the state for the communities of color. I don't care what the other states are doing. None of them have this kind of clause in their rules. All of them are giving their licenses to big dollar and good old boy. It's not to say we can't do more, but we're ahead of the game. We're still ahead of the game. What I ask each of you to do is come back. However, what the chair said is we don't make the law. And when we go back and look at, to your suggestion, Jeanette, that have it look more like what we do for liquor, we got hammered by the industry, by the League of Cities, telling us we were too restrictive. They wanted it more open. They wanted this. We got shut down. We wanted it to have a business feel. A lot of what you're talking about has to do with your industry organizing and working with the legislature. We don't make the law. We interpret it. When I look at that, what I want you guys to do for me is to come back before the session and say, this is what we're going to push. These are the candidates that we're going to endorse. These are the rules that we want to see. We wanted a limit on the number of licensees. We asked to have so many stores in so many cities. We looked at the taxation situation. And believe me, you want to talk about an export state? When this goes national and some large organization in Connecticut wants to buy from Oregon, they're not going to buy from the retail, which is where we have the taxes now. They're going to go to the farmer. Are we going to miss all that tax revenue because he didn't buy retail? Are you talking to the legislature? Is that how the taxing is going to work when that happens? So it's not taxing at the retail that I'm concerned with. It's taxing at the grow. Because when the feds want to tax, where do you think they're going to tax? Oh, by the way, Fed trumps state, which is what we had to say to the cities about taxation. State trumps city. So when I'm looking at the historical barriers, I understand it better than anybody in this state and what we did to make it better and what we're continuing to do. When I look at moratoriums, how many can we afford to have? Where's it going? How's it being taxed? So come back before the legislature, you know, and get the old curmudgeon guy to say, this is what we're going to do. Can you help us? Because we don't make the laws. And if this industry does not organize better, they're going to continue to lose money. And it sounds great about the small farmer. I wish I was more of a nice guy.
Well, we will be back.
But this is about the business, okay?
Yeah.
Dollars and cents and how we can help you make money, just like liquor.
Well said.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this was great, and I think it's a few comments, and Marvin or Commissioner Raval summed it up great. You know, we've all of us in the industry, you know, folks on call too, we've all been through this, and I think sometimes, like Marvin mentioned, some of the stuff that the industry advocates for seems really good on paper. And we had a conversation the other day. I know that direct to consumer thing sounds great, sounds fantastic. You be careful what you wish for, because it won't be the small farmer that benefits from a model like that. We just had Danelle and the wholesalers. The reason the wine model works now is because the middle of the industry, the wholesale tier, was allowed to set up, strengthen itself, and they are at the forefront of fighting against taxes. They are at the forefront now of, you know, preserving the control state system. They are kind of the knight that comes in at the, you know, on both sides of it and facilitates commerce so that the producers can do great, the retailers can do great, the consumers are protected, and the state gets its revenue. So to me, I keep going back to, you know, and like Marvin said, it was a conversation that I kind of gave up on early that when Oregon was having it, because it seemed untenable. It's a really hard concept to get, because it does seem logically direct to consumer makes sense, but the devil's in the details, and believe me, you're not going to be able to preserve it just for the small consumer. You're going to have, there will be strength at some place in the market. That's either going to be strength of a mega producer that comes in, gobbles everything up, or it's going to be at the wholesale level, controlled state by state, like that. You know, I could get off my high horse on it, but they're just be careful when you start wanting to peel away rules that seem onerous. Like sometimes there's more to it than that. So I don't know. And I think in general, what I like hearing is, you know, from Anna and the new organization, and Jeanette and I have worked together for years now. Just the collaboration between the agency and the industry. And I think the big thing that the mergers of the associations can do, or not necessarily the mergers, but all the different is help to, because we've all worked together, you know, Jeanette and yourself and Nikki's here and Anna and her predecessor, Megan and the legendary Amy Margolis, you know, this like for 11 years we've all, she's the best. You know,
We said 5 years ago.
I know she's listening.
I hope she is. For my love. We've all, you know, we've all kind of come up in this thing together, and I think you all understand the value of the agency. You all understand that, you know, you've got my number, you've got Steve's number. Anytime, I call right back. And so there's a working relationship between the heads of the organization. I think sometimes that doesn't always get translated to the licensees, and rightly so. It's brutal operating a business. A lot of crying calls, a lot of upset calls, and I think the one thing that I'm encouraged about with the association together is the ability to translate just really what this agency does, and like how the agency is on the side of the industry. They're doing what they can, and you know, folks here work really hard, and we're trying to get everybody set up to succeed, you know, nationally. But sometimes what that looks like, it doesn't always, it's not always the way it seems. So anyways, we'll keep the conversations going. This was great. And, you know, ton of respect for Jeanette's work. It's been, and just a little credit to Jeanette. I mean, I've been a board member of New Leaf since, I don't know, what, 2018. Yeah, and that organization in the time that I first signed on to now is just, it's phenomenal what you've done. Really, like on a national level, bringing in some of these big corporations. It's you know, to support the small businesses and kind of leading the charge state to state on the equity stuff. Fantastic stuff, and it doesn't get recognized enough. Just like what a big impact you guys have, and you're kind of the go-to person at this point. So, congrats.
Chair, I got a quick question. Has the Oregon Cannabis Association, because there's two associations, right? You've got the Cannabis Association, and then you've got the Industry Association. Have you ever thought about merging and forming one big, solid political action committee? Just to, and I'm sure it is, but you know, you're fighting the same thing.
Agreed.
Right?
Yes.
And it's a lot like when the Restaurant Association merged with the Hospitality Association and formed one big pack. You know, you've got a stronger, much louder voice in Salem.
And I would say that we are in the stages of professionalizing our industry in regards to that. And I think it showcases in 3 associations coming together, and we're still in talks, obviously, with the, 3 have merged into the Cannabis Industry Alliance, and we're still in conversations with OCA and hoping to, you know, create one large association. That has always been our goal. You know, there's some interesting challenges that come along with merging 4 associations together, but we are on the same page.
Yeah.
We completely agree.
You should run for politics. That was a great response.
Well,
I want to say thank you, first of all, and I really have a strong affection for farmers, small farmers and business owners. I'm just curious as to what happens to the retailer if a direct-to-consumer protocol was
Implemented. So the direct-to-consumer would be a designation just for small independent farms. In the bill that's coming out of the US House, they define that as under 5,000 square feet for indoor, 22,000 square feet for greenhouse, and 1 acre for outdoor. So it would only apply to those small independent farmers that would be able to go direct to consumer. The retailers would still sell currently in the state under the model that they do.
And if I could
Please.
add to that response, if you don't mind, what is good about that is it allows cannabis, again, to professionalize and evolve and grow and look in ways that I think are important, more like, we'll say the alcohol market, where I've got access to, where I don't have to leave my house to go purchase. And so there people buy more if getting out of the house is debilitating for you. I can't take kids into a retail shop, so I'm just not gonna go, because when do I not have my children with me? So being able to have it show up discreetly at my home opens up more access and opens up more sales for the industry. I think it's good for everybody. I don't think it takes away from the retailers. I think it adds more dollars to the industry.
Do you know if the retailers share their sentiments?
This is a new concept that I've just presented to you today, as it's just coming out of that U.S. House Representatives office at the end of the month. So this is now the catalyst for all those conversations that will continue.
Evaluated, yeah. I won't, but like to Jeanette's point, I think there's a way to facilitate direct to consumer without eroding the tier. That's just a thought, and I think, because I think it's kind of, well, we can talk.
Well, Commissioner, after you and I spoke about that, I did some additional thinking and research and everything else, and I look forward to circling back to have those conversations and continue that.
Sounds good.
Anna, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the idea that having this type of conversation about having small business have direct control over their sales pipeline is just another part of that larger conversation and how we allow small craft businesses to survive as we're heading towards the ultimate goal of federal legalization, and how Oregon can continue to move forward and be the export state that we're all hoping and planning for it to be. So having these conversations now and giving these small farmers and small businesses the access to be able to survive through this interim period, that's where we're going to see the creativity and the ability to sort of self-regulate right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Doherty, you have anything on this?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for this presentation. I so appreciate your knowledge and your obvious passion for what you're doing here. And you talked a little bit about the professionalizing the industry and Oregon being a pillar. And do we have a certification process in place for different levels of expertise within the industry? So you would have somebody, I know, for instance, if somebody, it used to be that you got wine from France, that was the biggest thing in the world, which has gone away. Or if somebody is coming from Culinary Institute of America, we knew they had some credentials. Are we establishing a credentialing program so that we can be a pillar in the industry, so that we know that the products from Oregon are high quality and well regulated, and the people and talent here are recognized throughout the country? Are we in the process of that, or is there something you can educate me on that?
This is a really long answer.
That's a great question. That is an interesting question. It's obviously the way that we would want to see it going. Are you talking about a certification of the product or a certification of, the growing, or, I'm sorry?
Well, I think it would be like a master gardener or a sommelier or something like that, where there's a certification process that we know that people in the industry have high standards and have an ability to measure those standards, and that would end up in giving us being able to be a pillar of the industry, because if you come out of the Oregon system, it's recognized as high quality and worthwhile, both the people and the product.
There is a private company that is doing some, I think, bud tender training and others to get that started, to kind of have a baseline of education. And I think that that's something that is growing. So there is that starting. It's just on, obviously, the smaller scale. A lot of people right now are focusing on keeping their businesses alive. And that is something that will evolve as dollars come in and stress will eliminate a little, I guess I could say.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, though. We will definitely address that at one of our meetings.
Be worthwhile for us. Thank you.
Finally, huh?
It's all right. I can take my time. All right, so I wanted to thank you for coming and presenting today with very helpful information. It's good to hear all of this. I'm going to steal your historically excluded phrase. I really like that. So I was listening to that. That's something that, boy, I really like to hear that, because that is really the spirit of what we were trying to do when we say we're trying to have minorities part of things and include them, is that we're looking at historically excluded groups. That could be women as well. So I really appreciated that phrase. I might steal it.
I'm writing it down.
And I also wanted to say, kind of to echo what Commissioner Raval has said and what Commissioner Melitas has said, which is that when I came on, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I'm not entirely sure when it was, but that was one of the questions was, why weren't we doing the industry more like the alcohol industry? and being, having people present and making placements and being a little bit more methodical about things. And that was what I understood, was that the industry wanted more freedom to do what they wanted and to be able to do those things. And so there was a lot of pushback from the industry, as I recall from that. And now what has happened, the byproduct of that has been that there was too many people that have rushed to the industry, that have made the industry maybe not the best place for everybody involved. And so the moratorium is what came out of that. And so this pathway, this story of these people who want to go into it, that was the result of initially what the industry wanted, which was let's let everybody go. And then we ended up with a situation where we didn't have enough people to enforce, to manage, to safely do what we needed to do as a state. And so I think, and then sometimes when you pick the way that you're going to go, it's really hard to shift back in the way that you go. Just thinking about, Jeanette, what she was saying about looking at maybe moving the industry in that direction. That is going to be a very difficult thing. At least when I was trying to think it through and listening to people's comments, that would be a big undertaking to try and do that. But what I think is important, kind of just to echo what has been said here, I think it's important for the industry to be always considering that once you pick a direction, sometimes in these situations, and direct to consumer is one of them. If you pick this, it's hard to go back on them. And sometimes there's going to be losers, and there's going to be losers under any circumstance. And so the industry wanted this, give us the freedom to let the market choose. Let us all rush in there. Let's do what we can. And that wasn't necessarily good for the industry, for the people who rushed into the industry. And so, but there was going to be a downside to that. And so there's going to be a downside if we are given more authority to kind of pick and choose and try and maintain that balance of supply and demand as well. So I would just encourage that as you move forward in some of these issues that are coming, to just keep in mind that there is going to be, it's easy to say we want everybody to have access to the market, we're going to go, but that still sometimes is not what's best for the industry as a whole. And so some of these issues that may be good for one or two people or the loudest voices in the room may not be what's best for the industry. So as you're moving forward and trying to figure things out, keep that in mind, that it's hard to shift once you pick something. And sometimes the on the surface, what sounds and looks the best is not always what is going to be the best for the industry as a whole moving forward. And on top of that, something that I think would be good, I haven't worked it out, but I would just throw it out there, that some sort of centralization or a co-op of some sort where you would have a directory, a way that we can facilitate this easily would be great, but it is going to take a lot of cooperation. So anyway.
Just so you know, the co-op model has been discussed. There is a lot of interest in the industry on the co-op model and the challenges that are associated with that, because a license is held as kind of one entity, and if it's a co-op and people leave and go, do you have to report to the OLCC every single time there's a change? There's a lot of logistical
people that take care of the licensing stuff in the state.
We do, don't we?
Well, I've been a part of, and has been also working for a G, which is a co-op for wheat and agriculture products. So I've seen how that can work. But again, some of these things that you're picking up about, there might be some bad, just be careful about some of these nuances about somebody might be left out, or a member that comes in, a member that goes out. How are we going to do some of these things? You've got to be looking at it as a whole. To put some of these things together, there's probably going to be some restrictions that people aren't going to like, but it will benefit the whole maybe better than it is. But I know that's hard to say, that restrictions, regulations is not a friendly word, but organizing is what you guys need to do as best you can, and try and keep that, in my opinion, watching things. Sometimes the loudest voices are not always the people that can be directing where you need to go.
Sure.
But anyway.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
please remember, we are a regulatory agency. That's what we do. And so as you come up with these new models, you want to sell it out of your house, please come back with self-regulating ideas as well. Because our main concern, I'll speak for myself, my main concern is the safety of the consumers that are using the products that your industry is producing. And so there's going to be regulations. And what we said 8 years ago, tell us the regulations, we'll do them. But once you tell us the regulations, we're going to do them. Thank you.
Thank you.
The,
Thank you.
Yeah.
so I'm gonna make a statement and then I've gotta give you guys a question that I'm gonna, if you don't want to answer it, just tell me.
That seems loaded.
It is gonna be loaded, I guarantee you that. So the statement is that there's a before and there's an after. The before is what we're talking about now. The after is when the federal government decides that they are going to legalize marijuana across the United States. This whole game changes at that point. And 9/10 of the people in this business, if they got a brain in their head, are planning for the fact of what's coming. And who's ever in there now has got an advantage. So Jeanette, from my point of view, even if there's a moratorium today, who's ever in that queue has got an advantage over somebody who's not in the queue. At least that's my thinking on it. And everything you said, I totally agree with you. The question really comes in is how long and how much money do we have to spend to go through this agony today to cash in tomorrow? I'm a businessman. You know, you can go and get as much money as you can as long as people believe that there's going to be a rainbow at the end of that damn thing. If there's no rainbow there, then why are you in it for? So, you know, that's the practical consideration. Now I have a question to ask you. We are going to be looking at a couple of cases later on today. One of them in the marijuana field, the individual took 250 pounds of marijuana plus 25 pounds of bee wax or whatever it is. And they illegally distributed or brought it into the state of Arkansas. 250 pounds. Now, under the present regulations, I'm asking you this as a question, it's your own personal belief, that's all I'm asking. We as a commission, we're going to, there's a recommendation that they should cancel the person's license. They illegally took 250 pounds and they brought it into the state of Arkansas. That's a pretty serious violation. Should we as a commission just take that license from that individual because of the grievous way that they handled it? And not allow that person to resell the license to somebody else? Or should we just allow the person to cancel the license and allow that person to sell it to somebody else? If you want to answer that question from your own personal beliefs, please do so.
I can go ahead. I do not think with someone with an outrageous violation of that should be able to sell their license. Absolutely not.
Anna, same thing? Okay.
Yeah, I would agree as well.
I don't understand a scenario or another industry where you can make that kind of violation and then the state would allow you to profit from the sale of that license. That doesn't make sense to me.
That
Well,
also.
I gotta tell you, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it also puts that license into the pool of people who are actually trying to get out of the industry and salvage some of their investment in direct competition with them. And that just seems unfair as well. That's been a very confusing thing, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're going to be looking at that later today. And I thank you for your candidness on it. And as a commission, we're gonna be looking at seriously putting some hurt on people who do things like that.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to do one technical.
You wanna
thing.
talk about the legislation?
No, I just want to talk about one technical correction. We do not allow anyone to purchase a license, right?
Transfer.
Transfer of that, of the ownership.
Yeah.
They have to come in for approval, so small thing, it looks the same, I know, but that's not what's transpiring in these interactions.
I think you're absolutely technically correct. I think everybody understood what we were.
Yeah. We always get onto that, right? And we know what we mean, but that for the people that are listening in, I want to make sure you understand that the industry cannot sell the license. OLCC approves all license transfers before they go out. An important issue, Mr. Chairman, that you just talked about. You're right, there are cases out there in this round, and I think there's cases where clearly staff has even wanted to apply or talk to you, have this discussion about should we continue to allow sale and surrender when you had egregious circumstances. So I'm glad we're having that discussion today. And if you don't mind, I'll just comment on a few things. Yeah, Jeanette's work is so important, so difficult. And I wanted to just give a context where for Commissioner Curran, I think when we're talking about a focused, more selection-like process, we're talking about that for that category of operator that would qualify. And we don't have rules on what that means yet. We're supposed to devise them that would qualify for the marijuana license reassignment program. So that's one where we're going to look more specifically at how do you get in? How do you get selected by criteria? And then, hopefully we have capital on the backside, which I think is, the issue of durability that we talked about. I would just note that today, Senator Booker introduced in his committee the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act. It is really good, I think, in terms of sort of the communities of color and equity issues on expungement and the federal responsibilities to write on their side from federal crimes, alleviate the records and work on that and provide funding and opportunity to get that done. On the legalization side, which we tend to have right in the debates, and that we'll have an analysis. The bill is, I think, mixed on how much it focuses on setting up a system of commerce versus issues of legalization. Canada is currently working on an analysis. We'll get a staff analysis for you. And this commission may want to make its own comments for the record. I'll stop there. Thank you.
That's very good. Thank you. Hey, thank you. This has been great.
Well, thank you guys.
And what do you come every quarter or something?
Well, I guess I come every time, huh? I guess we'll be back once we have our legislative priorities, because I will definitely take you up on that invite.
What do we have to set up?
Yep.
We don't,
but we can.
Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest either December, but probably the January meeting would be ideal.
Okay. Well, let's do it again in January. This has been very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. I meant every word I said.
This is a little bit on the topic, but I'm sensitive to the whole farmer thing. But, and I'm not going to pretend to know about that. But could that family, that one couple, and you don't have to answer, I'm just wondering, while they're reading, and I know they're passionate about the industry, but perhaps if they have a farm, could they cultivate some other that can also be friendly to the earth?
Yeah.
In preparation for when, let's say it goes nationwide or what have you, so that they can hold on to that property, profit from it, produce something else, harvest something else until they can.
Yeah, we did talk about both medical market as a possibility for them in the meantime to grow their skills and get some patients and, you know, get some feedback in that way, and then also potentially hemp. So, yeah, that's all what we do is try to help people navigate. Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you very much. Okay, we have our very own commissioner. We have our very own commissioner to give a presentation. This is a first. I like this.
This is awesome. This is a first, and I think it shouldn't have been a first. I think it should have been done first. I'm so excited about Executive Director Mark's facilitating and supporting this endeavor. I'm learning a lot, and I did learn that there were many paths to this. You know, a couple entailed really rigorous and arduous path, and I'm really pleased to. Well, first of all, I want to say the OLCC staff is the one that should get all the kudos because they actually came up with the format and the design and everything. I just disseminated the information and resources. However, I think that, you know, going back to public safety, for the good of the public is what keeps coming back to me. And we are all obliged to focus on that first, which helps and makes this easier. But I was thinking also that we don't want to, at least I'm gonna speak for myself again, I don't want to end up like where big tobacco was, you know, they're selling a product, have sold a product, and then afterwards come up with the risks and cautions and cautionary tales. And so I am using that industry as a cautionary tale. And so that's how staff came up with what I think is a very simple and wonderful poster that's going to be made available, hopefully, to stakeholders, licensees, and the public. It's something very basic and very simple. Everyone, or a lot of those in the industry realize, and those consumers realize that there's something that we commonly call cottonmouth after consuming cannabis. And I just thought it was so bizarre, really, that we all know that this occurs. However, there's really no information as to how to address it. And so, and you may or may not know that THC really, which is the primary cause of cottonmouth, kind of acts as a neurotransmitter. So it competes with, I'm not going to get too technical, but something called ACH, acetylcholine, and that's why you have that dry mouth. The problem is that, you know, just like with alcohol, you drink alcohol, you have a glass of wine, it's good to have a glass of water, right? So if you're consuming THC in any form, any concentration, you get dry mouth, and that really does, or can precipitate a bunch of problems long term. So if you have this information, you can mitigate the ill effects of what happens if you consume the THC. So I think that's really cool. I know it's up on the screen, but if you have one of these in any establishment, it can go in hotels, restaurants, bars, what have you. And it's kind of a fun, little whimsical, you know, it's non-threatening, I think, and it's fun. And then it also can allow a forum for a discussion with your, you know, physician, naturopath, dentist, children, anyone who might potentially be around it, consume it, enjoy it, or not enjoy it, but you have this information is powerful. And it just also cultivates in the industry, I think, an opportunity to have more discussion. So now it becomes more commonplace and less of a taboo. And I think as an agency supporting and promoting this, it's showing that truly the agency does have the public interest at heart in the forefront. And that's it.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, so I like it because this is just sort of I'll ramble a bit, but like, you know, one of the things that's great about having you up here is that one of the criticisms we got, especially during COVID, when we were trying to make policy to support industry, was we don't have a public health voice up here, and I think it's great having you here and having you you know, advocate for these sort of things. And you know, like we chatted about in the back room, like I get reached out to from you know, folks at the county or health places like that, and I'm always happy to talk to them, but it's great to be able to have you up here to kind of tag team stuff like that, because like, you know, there's a lock up your cannabis there and stuff like that, like where there's a lot of these cool initiatives, and I think you can be great to kind of work on some of that stuff, and so this is cool. Thank you for doing this.
This is great.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just add here that this is going to be voluntarily available. It'll be posted on our website for people to be able to download. We'll be distributing it. The work that was done in support of its creation came out of, you know, Amanda and the communications team and Jessica and folks and OHA consulting on this. So it's great information to be able to have out there. I'll be taking it to my dentist tomorrow.
Thanks, Steve. Next, we have a budget update and an annual report of the executive director's expenses. Colleen, our chief financial officer. There you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Laura, do they have copies?
When does the budget,
Not at the PowerPoint, but of the books, yes.
Okay.
On the tape back.
Would it be possible to get them copies?
I mean, they have it electronically, but I can do hard copy.
We have it on
No.
our file.
Yeah,
If they have soft copies, that's perfect.
okay.
Thanks, Laura.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, Chair, members of the commission.
Morning.
For the record, my name is Colin Nealon. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the agency, and I've been here since May, so almost 3 months.
this is the first time you're in front of us.
That's right. That's
Be
right.
prepared.
Well, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be in front of all of you today. It's exciting to be here, and really one of my goals and our goal as an agency is to always be transparent regarding the financial operations of the agency and to be timely in that information that we share with you. And that's really one of the primary reasons that I'm here today. I'll be sharing a little bit, and I'll be sharing some information which many of you may have already seen, but rather than assume that, I figured I'd go over some of this information and kind of talk about the budget process briefly, and really kind of share with you that I'm here today because our agency is at that point in our budget process where we are going to be submitting our agency request budget for the next biennium, which will be for the period starting July 1st of 2023, going through June 30 of 2025. What we refer to that in state budget speak is we call that the 2023-25 biennium, or you'll also hear it abbreviated as the 23-25 biennium. And I'll also be providing in the information you have electronically that we'll be going over, I'll be comparing that to our current biennium legislatively approved budget, which started July 1st of 2021 and will be ending June 30th of 2023. So again, we call that our 2021-23 budget, or again abbreviated as the 21-23 budget. And I use any acronyms or anything like that, I apologize. I have been going through getting trained up on all the OLCC acronyms myself. And so if I use any acronyms and you're not sure what that acronym means, please stop me and I'll definitely do my best to explain that to you. And I apologize for that. I always try and stay away from acronyms as much as possible, but it doesn't always mean that I do. So I don't see that we have a jar here or anything like that. I know some legislators have suggested putting jars in front of agencies during Ways and Means presentations when they use acronyms to try and help refrain from some of that practice. So I definitely really appreciate that. And again, for the record, my name is Colin Nealand. If you see it electronically, it definitely does look like Kayleen, and I really respond to anything. And but I'm very happy to be with you here today. And you should have this binder in front of you today. This is for your benefit. This actually is not all of our agency request budget. It's this is for you to take home if you wish, or to leave here. There's no obligation to take it with you. It's purely there for you if you would like. And the reason it's actually not all of our agency request budget is that all agencies are required to submit our budget requests to the Oregon Department of Administrative Services, where the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office and Budget Office will review the information that agencies have submitted, and they basically are a double check to make sure that agencies are following the budget process correctly, that someone didn't do 2 + 2 = 5 instead of 4 and those types of things. But right now,
You wish it was only that.
I wish it was that simple sometimes. And right now, we are 19th in line for the agencies that are already submitted. And so we're still waiting for them to review some of that information. And the reason I mention that is part of what formally becomes part of the agency request budget are several budget reports that basically would double this binder in size. And so you're welcome for not giving you all that information to go through right now, but actually it's not available yet either, because we're still waiting for that review process to be finalized. Until that happens, then those reports just aren't available to really print out in the format that I'd want to give them to you, since they have not gone through that process yet. And so without further ado, we'll go ahead and move to the next slide. And so the reason I wanted to start here is really twofold. One of the things I want to do is just share a little bit about me, since some of you haven't had a chance to hear that, and then also about my leadership philosophy, since I'm new to the agency and the executive team. And where I wanted to start with that is the reason I put the mission of the agency here is really to share my leadership philosophy, is that I really always try and work with my teams on really try and constantly remind them as to why we do what we do. Because as we all know, when people are busy and there's a lot of work to get done, sometimes we become tunnel vision on what we're trying to do. And it's easy sometimes to forget the why of what we're doing, of what we are. And ultimately that impacts both the morale of the team, it can impact our customer service, it can impact a number of different things, as well as ultimately employee retention. And so one of the things that I take from the leadership philosophy is to always be helping to remind my team as to why we do what we do. Let's always keep in focus the mission of the agency and really have that help to inform decisions that we're making, both as an agency, to help me inform decisions that I'm making as an executive team member of the agency, but also to help my team know why I'm making the decisions that I'm making and why I'm setting the direction that we are. Because I think all of us want to know, what direction are we going and why are we going that direction? And the more that we can share that with our teams, I think ultimately the better we work together and the better we serve all the stakeholders that we're trying to do every day. The other information that you see here is that we are required, and we would want to do this whether we were required or not, but we are actually required as part of the state budget process to post on the agency's website our budget information. And so our current biennium, our 2021-23 legislatively adopted budget information, as well as other parts of the budget process, are actually at this link right now. And we will be posting our 2023-25 agency request budget information at this same link once that information is available. But because we're still going through the review process, we're not quite there yet. It is due, and we will be submitting it over to the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office on August 1st. And then once they complete their review process, we'll make sure we post that information there. So of course, that would be available to all of you. Of course, it's a lot easier to access a large document, and it'll be a large PDF document typically on the internet than it is to try and carry around a binder or something like that. But I wanted to share that with you there. And then just to share just briefly about my background is I've been with the state for almost 19 years. About 18 years of that was with another state agency where I was a CFO with them for over a decade. And then prior to that, in other roles as an administrative services director, a business services director, and a financial services director, sort of varying roles over some of that time. And then prior to that, I was also a CPA in a private practice before I started with the state. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And so this is just something I actually have stolen this from the Department of Administrative Services and their budget instructions. And I do apologize for the small font. I notice I often get out my glasses when I have to do all this. And so sometimes fitting this information onto a slide is not ideal. It's also why it's nice to give it electronically. So hopefully you can zoom in and do some of those things. Really, the reason I wanted to share this information is I think DAS has done a nice job of highlighting what the budget process looks like over the 2 years that agencies are working on. And so right there at the top middle, we look at July of 2021. That's where we began our current biennium in the 2023 legislatively adopted budget. And you see the first 6 months is called budget execution because really agencies are taking everything that was put through in the last budget request and was ultimately approved by the legislature and the governor ultimately, and putting that in process. And then starting in January of 2022, or only 6 months into a 24-month biennium, then the whole budget process starts over again, where we're starting to do the work to put our, what we call our agency request budget together and to be submitted a few months later. In the case of OLCC specifically, we submit our agency request budget by August 1st. So you can see really, we're just barely halfway through the current 2-year budget cycle that we're in before we're submitting our next 2-year budget request on August 1st of 2022. The reason you see September in front of your slide here is because one of the things that the Department of Administrative Services does to kind of help manage the process is they basically split all state agencies into 2 buckets. There's one that's called an early submittal agency, which is what OLCC is, and then there are late submittal agencies. And what that means is that agencies such as OLCC, that we submit our agency request budget for the next 2-year cycle a month sooner than the late submittal agencies are. And as you might expect, those late submittal agencies are typically your larger agencies, your Department of Human Services, Oregon Department of Transportation, Department of Corrections, those types of things. And the logic behind that is those larger agencies typically could use another month as they're working to put their next budget request together, whereas some of the smaller agencies, the expectation is that we're able to work through our internal decision-making a little bit faster. And so we can submit our agency request budget for that next 2-year period 30 days sooner. And so that's why you see September, that's specifically for late submittal agencies, but we'll be submitting ours here in just a few days. And then what we then do is in the budget process, that goes over to the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office, where there's a budget analyst that works with the state chief financial officer, George Naughton, and of course, the governor's policy advisors and the governor's office. And ultimately, they receive all of the agency's requests, and then they come out with the governor's recommended budget. Generally, that's around December 1st is when that will come out. But especially in the environment that we're heading into now, when we have a new governor that will be coming in, I have seen it in the course of my career one time be as late as early February. I've only seen that once, and but that can happen. And really, generally we see it in early December, but it really can be at any point between December all the way up until early February. And of course, the idea there is the long legislative session is starting in typically late January, early February, and will go through the end of June. And that's what you see there in the legislative session. And that, of course, is where the governor's budget as the executive for the executive branch of government, where then the legislature deliberates on the governor's recommended budget for each agency. We go through the Ways and Means process, and ultimately at the end of that process end up with what's called our legislatively adopted budget, which brings us back to the top of the circle. And what you can see, the reason why I really like this is that this is really a rinse and repeat cycle that agencies go through every 2 years. You basically just change the dates and the process just continues to move forward. So, does anyone have any questions regarding that? All right, we'll go to the next. So then the next thing I wanted to share with you is as agencies are going through the budget process, one of the things we start with, of course, is taking a look at how much revenue we project the agency will be receiving. Because of course, before we're looking at budgeting our expenditures, we should have an idea of how much revenue we're expecting to receive. And this does not encompass all of the revenue sources, but for the sake of really capturing the majority of our revenue sources, I highlighted on the 4 main revenues that come into OLCC. And so in our current biennium for 2021-23, you can see that in total, we're projecting to receive 1.7 billion. And of course, there's always the old joke about projections is the one who projects last, projects best. And so this is definitely a point in time. And this is something that we're always doing as a way of looking at our projections in hindsight as well as what did we project? How close were we? What were the things that we could have anticipated? What were the things that we potentially could not have anticipated? And ultimately, that's a constantly evolving process from a business perspective as to always be trying to say, how can we refine our projections and continue to make them better? And that is an ever ongoing process, as you might imagine. But this is something I wanted to share with you here. And then if we could go to the next slide, please. Thanks, Adam.
How are we gonna have the IT up for the privilege tax? What?
Privilege tax, well, that'll start to roll out. Are you talking about today? Will they testify?
No, I mean, when is it gonna be in,
start rolling out beginning of next year with the first components? And we've already rolled some in, yeah. So we should be, privilege tax will be done with the privilege tax.
Yeah, I'm just asking roughly when it'll be completed. And it's never gonna be completed, but when will it be completed?
So everyone should be enrolled, everything should be functional on that by the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
We enroll, we have our annual filers, the small wineries are the last one that get in. They typically file at the end of the year and that should be ready to go. So,
Right, and essentially we're in phase 4 of that project. And what we're looking at is the last phase in phase 5 to Director Mark's point that we're going to be looking at really starting in January of this next year is really trying to then take, now that we have the project to all the information going into the privilege tax system, how do we make sure we get good reporting on it?
Colin, as I said before, it's gonna be done, but it's never gonna be done. So.
Yeah, that is very true. I was actually talking with my procurement team, if I digress for just a moment, and And of course, the state's information technology process is very often large IT projects. Those contracts are very common for them to be in place for 10 years. And then it's kind of like the budget circle. A lot of things in the state are like a circle. Is that once you get that new contract, that new system in place, you're very often starting all over again right away because it can take that long to go through the state IT stage gate process and procurement process, get everything in place, do the design on the new system, and then get it in place by the time your old contract's running out. It's just
That's the way it goes.
It is. And so something to kind of just kind of bring us back to our current biennium legislatively approved budget. I wanted to, again, rather than ask you to go through this binder in all its detail, which of course you're welcome to do, and I'm happy to answer any questions for you. I'm a big fan of let's try and keep it simple and straightforward, and I like pictures. And so this pie chart that you see here in front of you shows our current biennium. This is our other funds expenditures. Again, we're 100% other funds. And you can see it's 476 million. And you can see on the left side of that pie chart that roughly 2/3 of our budget in the current biennium are made up of agents compensation. And then of course our capital construction projects, which our capital construction projects are our new headquarters and warehouse facility. And then of course the conveyor that are part of that project, as well as our IT systems modernization project that goes into that. And so this is just a good overview of kind of how those different pieces work out. And then of course, over on the right side of that pie chart, you can see the smaller components that make up a lot of the internal operations of the agency.
You know, I'm just thinking out loud, the capital construction obviously has to be in there, but it's not really part of, you know, so it's a little bit.
It can be misconstrued that way. And when we get a couple of slides further in, you'll have an opportunity to see what our next biennium budget will look like without that. And then we'll talk a little bit.
Yeah, if I was sitting here in a corporation and you presented that to me, I'd be looking at it
very funny.
And Mr. Chairman, and maybe now with this slide, since I haven't seen the other slide, all right, the capital construction is for our total project over its lifetime, so we'll be netting that through, and Colin's working on the plan on the sale of bonding and to work that as we make each of the steps. I just note the public policy, the regulatory piece, there are rec marijuana on the chart, the OMP, public safety and administration and support, and that little slice of capital improvements, that's really what we run the agency on. The rest of it, the agent's compensation is cost of business, capital construction we've already talked about, and distilled spirits, you know, runs that other piece. So you could include that, you know, potentially on one side or the other, maybe in terms of that's a part of that business operation. But the agency's public policy and regulatory framework are comprised in those other, you know, three areas.
Well, Steve, it's to my point, this is a business. This truly is a business. And you know, we're never going to get to the point where the general public is going to understand what we do here. But I'm just saying this out loud because I've been here long enough now that I appreciate this. If we could operate this agency as a business and operate the budget as a business, you take a look at that $447,000 and you've got one god awful efficient operation in which you're taking in hundreds of millions of dollars, over $1 billion. And it would do nothing but enhance, this is all self-serving, but it's true. It would be nothing but enhance this state, nothing but enhance this state. And somewhere along the line over the next 4 years, regardless of who is in as governor, you know, I just feel so strongly that we need to convince the legislature that it's a win-win for everybody to operate that this way. I'm sorry to get on my high horse on it, but this type of, this type of information just gets to the point that just screams at you. This is a business. Let's run it as a business. I had enough. I said enough.
Well, and Chair, to your point, there's a couple of things I also wanted to note for you and for the other commission members here, just so that you're fully aware of, because the state budget process, the way the state works, goes through that process, can be a little different. And it can sometimes create questions from that business perspective. And one of the things that I'm always working with Steve and the rest of the executive team and my financial services team is always working to have the agency operate like a business as much as possible, of course, understanding that we all are also a state agency. And so there's always that balance that you get into. And so the things I wanted to sort of note for you here while you're looking at this is some of the oddities of the state budget process is we have 3 capital construction projects. As I mentioned, we have our new headquarters warehouse project that Chris Mayton will be talking with you a little bit later today about and providing an update. We also have the conveyor belt part of that project and then the IT modernization. And that red part of this pie chart that you see in front of you for the capital construction, that actually only captures the headquarters and warehouse component as well as the conveyor. The 27 million related to the IT modernization is actually over on the right side of that pie chart. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through these slides here in the next few minutes. And the reason I'm mentioning that is in the state budget process, capital construction projects, when they're approved, they're usually approved for an agency for 6 years. And so agencies don't need to go back and request, if you will, to have that expenditure authority approved and the bonding authority that was going along with that. IT projects are typically handled differently, and ours was not an exception, where our 27 million IT modernization was only approved for 2 years, even though everyone knew that it was going to take longer than 2 years to actually complete that project. I know it's kind of funny.
I'm laughing because I asked about this 8 years ago.
Yeah, and that takes us back to our 10-year time frame, doesn't it, Chair? And so we'll talk about that a little bit more, but I also just wanted to clarify for you. So when you're looking at this project and this pie chart, here, it's kind of clear what information is there. The IT modernization project is captured in this $476 million total, I believe, in distilled spirits. And I can double check myself there. But in total, all 3 projects are there. But as we go forward and we talk about our 2023-25 agency request budget, you will see a policy option package, which a policy option package is, again, budget speak for essentially saying, when we're taking a look at submitting our agency request budget for consideration, every request we make reflects a policy decision. And, as far as how state resources will be allocated and used. And so the budget term for that is policy option package. And again, it's really intended to speak to each of those requests reflects a policy decision. And ultimately, we see what policy decisions are approved to be included in the agency's next legislatively adopted budget and what will end up not being approved. And as we kind of talked about earlier, in that circle, that's a process as we go from the agency request budget to what the governor recommends to the legislature to ultimately what comes out in the legislatively adopted budget. And so really the first 2 phases of the budget process, the agency request and the governor's recommended budgets, those aren't official, those are just essentially plans. And it's not until we have a legislatively adopted budget that we actually have what is the agency's actual budget for the next 2 years. You might go forward. And so then as we look forward to our next biennium, I wanted to provide the updated revenue estimates that we're looking at. And you can see that this actually reflects about a 20% increase from what is projected in the current biennium. And that obviously is a significant increase. And so that is something that we'll be monitoring as we go forward, and of course, providing updates to the commission if those estimates change materially. But wanted to provide that to you so that you had that at the forefront as we look forward into what requests we were talking about. The other thing I meant to mention on the last slide, and I'll talk about here, is we were talking about our agency's current budget, other funds expenditures at 476 million. And one of the things that is, again, kind of a uniqueness to the state budget process is some agencies, and we are one of them, that also have what's called a non-limited other funds expenditure part of our budget. And what that really gets into is a control perspective, because when it's referred to in the budget, the pie chart we were just looking at, all those things were called other funds limited. And that's a control that is really intended in the budget process, so that even if agencies have cash in the bank, they don't necessarily have the ability to spend all of that cash all at once. The legislature and the governor wants to have essentially a credit limit, if you will, so that you can't go over and spend more than that without going back to the governor and the legislature to get that approval. The place where there's non-limited and those controls aren't in place is when agencies have areas where trying to forecast expenditures are a little more difficult, and rather than have agencies constantly coming back and requesting adjustments to their budget, agencies are given what's called a non-limited budget. And for us, that really relates to the liquor that we're buying, and then the transportation costs that we're incurring to get those out to our stores, and working with our stakeholders there. And so an example, just to kind of look at the math, as we're kind of looking at, okay, if we have roughly $2 billion that we're projecting for the next biennium, and the agency's other funds expenditure budget is in the ballpark of 400 to 500 million, well, that leaves us with about 1.5 billion or so. And then we look at those expenses that aren't reflected on those pie charts because they fall in that non-limited category. That's what we're paying. We're purchasing liquor, getting it transported out to the stores. We spend almost $35 million a month on that. And so that comes out to about $830 million of biennium. So now we're taking our 1.5 billion down by that much as well. And that gets us closer to roughly the 600 million in revenue that we transfer from OLCC over to state, county, cities, locals. And
it's going to be a little bit more than this next slide.
Potentially, right? And one of the reasons, well, and in 23-25 biennium, it actually may be less because of the debt service that we'll have on the capital construction projects, and what we may see depending on where costs go relating to some of the other things such as agents, just inflation and different things like that. But that, of course, is why we're always coming back and updating our estimates as we go forward. But I wanted to really kind of highlight that for the commission, just so you had a sense of, so if we're looking at this much, roughly $2 billion in revenue, and you hear that figure consistently about, as an agency, we pass through roughly 600 million to the state general fund and cities and counties, and how does that work out? And so I wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone.
Does 110 take its money out of the marijuana licensing fees?
Don't believe so. I believe it's coming through the money that goes, and so ballot measure 110 that was recently passed by the voters, I believe that's coming out of the marijuana license taxes that goes and is actually submitted directly to Department of Revenue. Right. Is where that's out of.
And the taxes, how much are the taxes, the marijuana taxes that we raise?
I will, don't have that with me today, so I'll get that information.
So here's my question, which I have to ask out loud, okay, because we can't do it any other way. But if we're all right and the feds pass legislation, it's a whole different ballgame that's coming to the state. And I would venture to say 95% of the illegal grows will be pushed out by major organizations coming in here. It's just a matter of time. So Do you understand if anybody's done a projection on what the potential taxes and effect that would be? And more important, the reason I'm asking that question is how do we take advantage of that in terms of the agency?
And Chair Rosenbaum, I don't know if anyone has done that, and that type of forecast is definitely not reflected here. I would defer, of course, to Director Marks and others to potentially address that question maybe on a larger level. What I will share with you and the rest of the commission as far as what I'll be doing both today and going forward is really adopting something very similar to what the Oregon Office of Economic Analysis does over with Department of Administrative Services. And so when I provide revenue estimates to you, and of course, and expense estimates, really everything we're talking about today, it'll be based on current law, current projections, those types of things, because I think as ballot measure 110 highlighted, as well as the ballot measures around marijuana that we're passing in the years prior to that, really within the last 6 years or so, I think what we've all seen is that the challenge in forecasting what can happen legally in the environment in the state or at a national level can change. And in the conversations I've had, of course, you can ask 10 different people and you may get 10 different opinions. And so what I'll do to try and avoid giving you my opinion is I'll really focus in on, this is where we are today based on current law and what our estimates are. And what I will share with you is the marijuana revenue estimates that you see here. Those I would say are potentially subject to potentially some of the most change, because really one of the things we're still dealing with at the state level and at the agency level is that marijuana, with where we are currently, is still so new that everyone is still trying to kind of develop forecasting models and everything else to really try and develop good estimates around where are those revenues really going as things continue to mature here in Oregon.
If you run a corporation today, anybody in their right mind has to understand that they have to figure out where you're going to be 5 years from today, or else you're dead in the morning. And the problem we have with state government is that, and not to anybody's fault, is that they don't think 5 years ahead. They don't think in terms of the aggressiveness of where they have to be and to get there. So, Steve, one of the things that's really important here is for us to at least start thinking in terms that there is going to be a tremendous increase in revenue. And where do we fit in here? The question.
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. And one, remember, we don't control the tax. You don't see the tax revenue on here, right? Even though we count it, we always say we earn it, right? We track it. But I'll tell you what the point on capturing revenue, maybe in two places. For us, we certainly have elasticity in our fee setting as we get out of the austerity of where we're at today. We have some of the lowest fees in the country for some of the largest grows. That'll move us up. But in terms of taxes, the federal government's going to put a rate on. They did in the bill there on what they're going to finance the federal regulatory system. I think they have 5 to 10%. Now I didn't see how they were imposing it, so I'm not sure their methodology for that in there. But if you're looking, and we don't run our cannabis we only collect cannabis revenue on retail sales in Oregon. So if our manufacturers are exporting, we've got to figure out whether we want to capture more revenue there, whether we want to capture the market and the economic opportunity for the state. But that is the point at which.
It's exactly my point.
Sure.
Yeah.
If we don't, just 1 second, I'll let you. If we don't understand now what we're thinking, we're not going to get there. We're just not going to get there. And when you talk about fees, that's so insignificant, it's ludicrous, The fees, look at this, the fees are nothing. if we have to think bigger in terms of where do we want to be on this and how do we get there? We understand what the feds are gonna do on it. But maybe we should sit down one day on this commission and have a conversation just about what we want to do with this thing, you know? And I don't mean in the commission meeting, we sit down and, you know, you figure it out, how do we do it, but I'm sorry.
I have a different scenario. I don't think we're gonna have increased revenue because if this opens up and buyers come in and don't buy at the retail level, we don't get revenue.
That's my point.
And so my question is anyone looking at this from the scenario on different revenue attractors, not at retail? Because I don't see, if I'm a mega company and I want $5 billion of product, I'm not gonna buy it at the retail. First off, I'm gonna come in and open up my own shop. Secondly, I'm gonna grow it from my own facility and I'm gonna export it out of here. Is anyone looking at those kind of models or is?
Let me help you out, Don. Remember, the ballot measure that passed had a production tax in it. That was taken out. And we went to the retail sales tax because it was only within the state system. So, you know, we got to revisit some of those past decisions. Some states, very few have production taxes. No one has a wholesale tier that's very strong where they tax it. So those considerations, as interstate commerce opens up, and maybe I'll just put in all cannabis, not just marijuana cannabis, maybe payers into a tax-based system. Those are choices that Oregon will have to make and look at what its employment's going to be, what its competitive factor is, and how we want to enter national.
That was one of those things that was changed from the ballot measure that we got hammered on. It's going to be a production.
No one had revenue to begin with. It was all put on the farmer side. So it made perfect sense from the change for the time being in state. But when you change the business, the basis of your business with interstate commerce, that's going to drive new decisions. There may be a point where we don't necessarily want to raise that up too much because we want to compete and export and we'll take the jobs and we'll build up the Emerald Triangle, right? And then there might be a point where you want to put more taxes on. But having a strategy around that is not, and the forecasters are all looking at these things, but they don't know what the choices are. So the models are wildly conservative to what they know, and what they know is pretty limited because it's based on pretty much what we do. So.
This conversation really is only a prelude to the fact that the closer they get, that means the more we have to be cognizant of it and the more we have to have a
strategy. We have to be ready to strike.
Because I don't disagree with you either. And if we don't have this discussion, you're right. We're not going to get.
And to follow up maybe on your question earlier.
This is great. Thank you. This is what we need to have this discussion.
It's my pleasure. And I think this is one of the reasons I wanted to, of course, share this information with everyone, because I think, and this is one of the reasons I like to see information at a high level to begin with, so you can have these strategic conversations and ask questions such as, okay, that's what our next 2-year projection looks like, but what about 5 years out? And to your point, Chair Rosenbaum, actually one of the things that I've done historically in my prior role as a CFO, and one of the things that we're going to continue to do here is, or I'll make sure that we have in place, is that even though the state budget process is only looking 2 years out, from a revenue and expense process, we're always going to be looking 6 years out. And I say 6 because we budget on every 2 years. So it just works pretty neatly to really take 3 biennia and forecast out both from a revenue perspective and expense perspective. And the whole point of that, really to kind of follow up on Director Mark's point, is that then we can look at fee levels, other revenue levels, expenses that we expect. Because both with all of you and with the governor's office and the legislature, it's much better to have a conversation today about a problem we see coming down the road 4 years from now or 6 years from now than it is to have a conversation today about a problem that's either right in front of us or will be in front of us in only a year or something like that. Because in the world of state government, sometimes that's just not a lot of time to really engage our stakeholders and to do the business planning that we need to do in the way that we would like to. And so that's one of the things that, of course, we'll be doing and will be ongoing all the time. Would you like to go to the next slide? So, Chair Rosenbaum, to your question earlier about capital construction and what does our next biennium budget look like? And so this and current service level, again, is budget speak. The acronym at the top of it there is CSL. What I like to do is to say that that's our current biennium inflation, or our current biennium budget plus inflation. And then adding anything that was phasing in. A good example is if we had a position approved in the current biennium, but it was only approved for 21 months out of the 24 months in a biennium, then as we phase that position completely in the end, then we'll cost it out for all 24 months in the next biennium, just as an example. Or in the case of our capital construction, since that was a 6-year spending authority that was granted in the current 2021-23 biennium outside of our IT project, which was its own anomaly and only granted for 2 years, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Our current service level budget for the next biennium, which again is essentially base budget plus inflation, you can see there that it's actually closer to 345 million. And again, that just provides kind of a look at to what that looks like before we add in the policy option packages that then become the agency request budget. Would you go to the next slide, please? So sorry, I know there's a lot of information on this, but what I wanted to really kind of walk you through at a high level, and actually the one at the very top, the IT modernization bonded costs. This is the renewal of the IT project that we've been talking about that was, instead of being approved for 6 years, like the other components of our capital construction projects, where this one was only approved for the 2021-23 biennium. And so out of the 27 million, we're estimating that we'll need to renew 23.2 million of that in our agency request budget. And that was obviously our top priority. You can continue that forward. And then really to kind of highlight the other things that we've been talking about this morning is everything else you see on this list is really a list of items that the agency is working on to make sure that what we're doing, we do well. Because one of the greatest frustrations to our stakeholders is when an agency has a program, but that program is not adequately staffed or has other limitations, which sometimes through no fault of the agency can just be what was approved in the budget. That can be a real frustration from a customer service perspective or from really trying to be proactive in some of the ways like we've been talking about this morning. And so each one of these components that you see listed here are really meant to drive the agency forward in our IT modernization project, moving forward with the staffing that we need on the administrative and in the other program area side, such as public safety and other components. And then also the last 5 items that you see on that list are legislative concepts. LC is the acronym that you see there. And those are essentially changes in law that an agency can put forward for consideration. And again, those all touch on different policy decisions that can't be made. And so in total, there's a lot there. But one of the things that I always recommend as a CFO is I always recommend to Director Marks and other members of the exec team and to all of you that the benefit of the agency request budget and putting everything out there for that consideration is it's a very transparent way to really show everything that the agency believes we need to do our jobs well and to serve our stakeholders well. And then whatever policy decisions made, those can be made, but then people are making those decisions eyes wide open as opposed to not having that information in front of them.
Sure. I appreciate your statement about having programs and then not having people to bring those programs to the public and the frustrations around there. Nicole and I were talking as audits. And one of the things that frustrates me when we get audits from the Secretary of State was past reports that these are all the things that OLCC is doing wrong, and they haven't followed through with personnel for the public. And on the last page, after them letting us have it, in small print, oh, we didn't give them the money to do the job. So I appreciate your comments about that up front, because if we don't have the money to do the job, we're setting ourselves up just for failure and abuse by those who look in and throw rocks at glass windows. Thank you.
You go next slide, please. And so this, the next pie chart now is where we're then moving past our current service level budget for the 2023-25 biennium. And now we're to the agency request budget. And so now by adding $60 million in policy requests and funding, now we're at that place of just being just north of $400 million of what we would be looking at for the next biennium. And again, just a caveat as a reminder, this is what is our other funds limited budget. It does not capture the non-limited 800+ million in expenses that we were talking about earlier for purchasing liquor and transportation costs. And so again, when you look at the $2 billion in estimated revenue, less expenses to ultimately get to the 600 million approximately that's passed through as revenue to other parts of the state and locals. That's again kind of how that math works out. And you need all of those components, of course, to really kind of make sure that you have all the information you need to just understand how we get down to that roughly 600 million in remaining revenue that gets passed on to other parts. Thanks. And then last couple of slides are just another way of looking at, in addition to our budget on an expenditures level, but just also looking at agency authorized FTE. FTE again is just a fancy budget term for full-time equivalent. And 1.00 FTE is when we have one position that's authorized and funded for all 24 months of a biennium. So if we had a position that was only funded for 12 months out of a 24-month biennium, that would be 0.5 FTE instead of 1. And the darker red that you see here at the bottom of these bar charts, and then the lighter pink that you see, this is just a way of kind of seeing how our administrative infrastructure from an FTE, full-time equivalent employee, how that then compares to these other parts of the agency. And because ultimately part of being able to do what we need to do well is to make sure we have the administrative infrastructure to support our folks to be able to serve the stakeholders that we're trying to do every day. And next slide. And then the next slide is just a little more condensed look instead of going all the way back the several biennia that we did. This is just really looking at the last biennium, which was the 2019-21 legislatively approved budget. The current biennium in orange, the 2021-23 legislatively approved budget. And then that darker blue or purple, depending upon what color you want to call that, is the 2023-25 agency request budget. And again, just trying to give you an overview of, from a full-time equivalent perspective, position changes that have occurred and that we're looking at as we look forward in the next really 3 years from today, but 2 years when we're talking about the next budget cycle. And then next slide. And then that concludes the overview of the agency request budget presentation. I appreciate all of your time this morning and your patience. Before I go into the last part of my presentation today, which I think will be much shorter, just wanted to see if anyone had any questions regarding the information we just mentioned.
No more funding, still no funding for the labs for testing.
Well, that's in there in our request. So there's about close to 2 million for internal.
3.2 million, is that?
And then, yeah, that's the reference lab. That's probably, if you go back to right here. So,
no, that's fine. It's a 2.3. I thought it was 3.4.
And there's another line in there, marijuana lab integrity for $1 million. That's our internal work that we'll do to provide lab oversights. The other piece is the final product testing reference afterwards in the marketplace.
Good.
Can I ask two questions while we're on this page? real
Sure.
quick? So I see alcohol delivery regulation, LC, and then distilled spirits board. The alcohol delivery regulation, is that why we haven't, because, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but some of the agents were like, or I mean, the store owners were wondering, because we passed that rule a while back, but then are they allowed currently to deliver to homes, or is that, are we waiting
This
on?
is well beyond that, Commissioner Melitas. This relates to our bill
Yeah,
that we have in, so it allowed delivery. It has a ton of decoy costs for
mhm,
delivery to the home instead of at the business. So that's about $1 million of that cost. So that's the bulk of that cost. That is the policy to implement the oversight over
Yeah.
all these new ways that delivery at the door is taking place.
I
So
think-
it goes with that new regulatory system, which really looks at how do all these third parties out there make sure that they know what they need to do for training or permitting, to make sure that people are age 21 plus and not intoxicated.
yeah,
And then we have a system where we can follow up with some accountability to be able to look at complaints and other things and have some records of those deliveries. So that's what the LC does. So it's larger than our other actions.
gotcha. No, well, it seems, because that's the important thing, is that we can regulate it properly, so I'm glad it's in there. And then the distilled spirits board, is that what the industry members were talking about a few meetings ago, where they want to have like, kind of like the wine board, or?
They're interested in starting that up, and of course, you know, this is all our requests, contingent on governor's decision making yet to come.
Because like with the wine board, doesn't those fees come off the top, don't they? Like they come off of,
They come out of the distribution actually, so they do not come off the top of the wine board. A part of their funding also comes from the tonnage tax, a little bit off the extra grapes. This would just be startup to establish them. It would come out of our budgetary funds.
And to follow up, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioner Melitas on Director Mark's comments, we can send this to you electronically now if there's any particular items you'd like to look at, or of course, for your benefit, if you wanted to take this binder home with you, again, there's no obligation to do so. This information should be in here, and so if you were interested in kind of looking into that in a little more detail, we want to make sure that that information was available to you.
As chairman, I'm gonna go inside before I leave, and I'm gonna sign my name to this. And, you know, I had the advantage of having a book 3 times that size given to me 2 months ago. But this commission, I'm gonna ask your advice on what I'm about to say, because I want you by a show of hands or something. The governor's recommendation for the next budget is going to be in around September. So after the governor's recommendation is in, I would like this commission to be briefed by Colin, just as what the governor's recommendation is, and you can do an overview of it, but I think it's important that we understand at least what the governor's recommendation is. Then, after the legislature passes it, I think we should have another briefing, same way, just so that all the members of the commission are up to date on, it can be an overview, but what say you? I assume that you all want to do it. Now, one other question is, that overview needs to be done. Can we have a special meeting for that? Because we don't need to have an overview at the commission meeting. We just need an overview where we could even do it by Zoom if it's.
I think there's 2 parts to this with the commission. One is, as we work through the budget appeals process, what's happening there, that is an internal conversation until the governor's done and makes their budget recommendations. We won't have public discussions about that, but we could brief you privately on our discussions.
Good.
When the governor makes the recommendation, then we have perfectly opportunity to see how they changed our requested budget decisions, what they provided us, what they didn't provide us, what they added or subtracted. And then the legislative one, that Kong can do that. That's really, when we get to the governor's requested budget versus the legislatively approved budget, showing those changes and making sure you see what gets approved by the legislature at the conclusion of the session in June. Of course, we will work with you all the way through on the legislative decision making.
I want to make this very simple. The final recommendation by the governor.
Yeah.
Let's have a meeting and apprise the commission about what's in there.
And we typically have done smaller or larger, but this time we'll do more. We will, it'll probably be December.
Or possibly later.
Or even February, because sometimes the governors, in the transition period, the governor's requested budget doesn't show up out in public. Sometimes it transfers to the new governor. They take a few months longer. Sometimes the outgoing governor will publish their budget on schedule, and then the other governor will come in and make their amendments. So it'll be a little different in a transition year. But as soon as we have a governor's recommended budget, we will brief you at the next opportunity of your regular monthly meeting if we can, if that works.
And the governor, you provide information to the governor for the budget. And it seems to me that, listen, I'm not trying to make work for anybody, more work for them, but it seems to me whatever your recommendation, the agency recommendation is, we ought to have some overview of what that is.
That's what you're beginning to look at. That's
I understand. And then you have a meeting when the governor's budget is done, and then we'll have another meeting when the legislature passes it. And that way we'll be up to date.
And we'll keep you apprised in between of the changes, the debates, the areas of conflict or agreement around items of the budget as the process.
And I'm talking for everybody. This is very helpful.
Good. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. And that is really obviously part of Director Marks and my plan and the rest of the executive team was really to do just that. Is because there's 3 stages to this budget process that just continues every 2 years is to really come back and provide those updates of where are we at for the agency request budget for the next 2-year budget cycle called the biennium, which is of course what we're doing today. And then to follow up with on Director Marks' comments, that was also our plan, was to come back and provide an update when the governor's budget was released. And then of course as well on the legislatively adopted budget, which ultimately becomes our real budget that we end up working with. Not that the other 2 are fake, it's just their recommended budgets, and the legislatively adopted budget is the actual legal budget that we work from. And then lastly today, and I really do appreciate your patience as I was sharing this information with all of you today. I know I've taken a lot of your time today. I do apologize for that. The last thing I wanted to do, and you have this information in front of you today, both in a letter that I've addressed to all of you, as well as the detail as to Director Marks' travel. And this is really meeting the obligation we have to just report on this to you. And what I can tell you is that all of these areas for the financial transactions for Director Marks over the last fiscal year, all of these areas were looked very good. In total, about $7,100 in travel expenses. And then
he's an expensive guy.
You know, I've been in the state long enough to see from a director perspective, I've seen directors travel significantly more than that. And then the second item, the vacation payoff, that is a newer item that you may not have seen in the past. That's really kind of come through both on a collective bargaining level with our represented employees, but also with management and unrepresented and executive staff. is the ability for people that instead of losing vacation, to ask to have some of that vacation paid out. And so in addition, the vacation payout that occurred with Director Marks this last fiscal year was in line with everything else that we've been seeing across the state. So no issues or anything to report to the commission that was anything other than just normal operating expenses.
Do you sign off on that, or do I sign off on that? Or who signs off on that?
I sign off on that, and then
Because I don't ever remember signing off, and usually he reports to the,
Katie Covert doesn't work in the vacation piece.
She did that. Okay. And then of course, we do an annual report to you, Chair Rosenbaum, and the rest of the commission, so you have this information. And of course, the opportunity to ask questions if there are any.
well, in my opinion, he's worth every penny of it, but that's only my opinion.
No, for the record, Mr. Chairman, I made that last 6 weeks. of
Don't let it go to
travel
your
just
head.
prior to- I only got COVID after I got back at the end of June. I made it through that.
You were lucky
6
you
weeks
got
of
it
travel.
after and not before, especially with that traveling.
And Chair Rosenbaum, lastly, you had requested agency organization insurance, and that is in this binder, and we can also send that to you electronically for the benefit of everyone.
Thank
there.
you. I really appreciate that.
Our pleasure, we're happy to do it. And those agency org charts are in the back of the agency summary tab in the binder that you have in front of you. Once again, I really appreciate your patience. It was a pleasure to have a chance to be in front of you all today. And thank you for your time.
It's a pleasure having you on board. I'm thrilled that you're here, seriously.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. Okay, come on. You're up.
Still morning or afternoon yet?
I don't have to introduce you, everybody knows you.
You don't. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Mayton, Distilled Spirits Program Director, and I'm no more thankful to have Colin here than anyone. So today, for me, I'll be your shortest yet. I think I have 30 seconds and about 15 words. I just wanted to put on the record and let everyone know that on July 15th of this month, OLCC closed on the property on the corner of First and Walnut in Canyon, Oregon. And we know that was not done by any work from me. I was just the one nominated to tell you, but there was a lot of work done by Jeff Samuels, our Administrative Services Director, Colin Nealand and his team with financial, arranging the massive wire transfer that needed to take place in such a short amount of time. Able to close early by July 15th, which afforded the opportunity for the commission to save $375,000. So it was a good win for that. And then I'd be remiss if I did not mention Christy Scott, who's been the project manager lead for this project since day one, and she's kept us on task. And there's a lot of other people behind the scenes, but I wanted to just mention those three. Next steps for this are ongoing. We're doing design, high level, 50,000 square foot view. This week was placement of the building on that property. Now that we own it, we can start talking to the city, and we're trying to figure out where the building is going to sit on that property. Right now, that should take place over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then we'll start to see some rough schematics on what it might look like. So maybe I'll have something to share, a potential opportunity next month, but we have many, many months to go before anything concrete sets down. Because as you know, this is a very long project for us, but I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioners?
Do we have an estimated date on when we might break? I mean, I know we got a lot of work to do, but like, when are we thinking breaking ground?
Timeline right now, I believe, is set for September of 23, sorry. September 23.
Okay, all right.
Fall of next year.
Yeah.
So
pre-construction in June, I think.
Yeah, okay, good.
Any other question? Steve and I had a conversation about this, and you're obviously cognizant of it as well. We're going to have a commission group that you're going to keep very much informed through this whole process.
Just like with the land purchase,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I just want to reiterate the fact that I worked them involved in it.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Told you quick. Thank you.
Well,
You get the stars of my team
That's what
coming
you get.
next.
Nikki, are you, you're up to and then purchasing, okay.
I'm going to beat Chris on this.
Good morning, Nikki.
Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum
My
and
favorite
Commissioners.
person.
Yeah. Thank you.
I always say that, I mean it.
Well, thank you very much. You mine too. Okay, good morning, Chair Rosenbaum and Commissioner. For the record, I'm Nikki Leslie, Purchasing and Distribution Director. I'm here today to present before the Commission the product listing activity for the month of, because we missed June, we missed March, so it'll be March, April, May, and June. Under tab 1, you'll find a detailed list of activity. Staff recommend Commissioner confirm the 83 item on the list. And we're trying to fill those new warehouses, hopefully that we're building. I'm glad to answer any question you have.
Commissioners?
I move to confirm the 83 items for March, April, May, and June.
Take the roll.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Giappam Porter,
Yeah.
Commissioner Melides,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolt,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Boy, are you a powerhouse. Listen, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we're gonna start on the retail. So 10 minutes. We're back in session. Retail sales agent appointment, St. Helens Store, 1028. Good morning, Mr. Fleming. Good afternoon.
You have 1 minute
Good
that
morning.
still applies.
One more.
Good morning.
We can't have fun here. What are we doing?
I agree. Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners. For the record, Brian Fleming, Director of Retail Services. I heard Colin's testimony. When I began here in '09, that biennium 2011 ended up at approximately $860 million in sales for the biennium. It's going to more than double. So it's crazy how much liquor revenue. So, and that's through all of your great appointments over the years.
And why don't you get a commission off of that?
Chris Payton, Steve Marks, I don't see them. So anyway, with that said, we'll get started on 1028. This comes a result of Agent Doug Stokes' retirement. We have 4 applicants here for you today. This store is doing approximately 2.8 million in sales annually. What I will do is bring them up in order here. And for the applicants, please state your name for the record. Commissioner Revolt has agreed to take time today. He'll give you up to 7 minutes to present. It's a 6:30 mark. He will remind you there's 30 seconds to close out. So with that said, Tom Burgess, would you come up, please? And they all have the presentations on their screen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here.
I
Thank you,
love St.
Commissioners.
Helens. Where actually is this store?
So this store is located off Highway 30 down into the traditional in town. So it's not
On the far,
in the
east side or?
Let's see, I gotta get my bearings. So downtown towards the waterfront area-ish.
Okay.
So it's quite a ways off of Highway 30.
Right.
So that's where it's located today.
28.6 miles away from the city of Portland.
Have you guys been there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like it.
Okay, with that said, Tom, go ahead and state your name for the record. Excuse me, Adam will advance the slides as you ask for.
For the record, my name is Thomas Burgess, and we'll start with this first slide. Sorry. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity for this proposal for this vacancy of St. Helens. I'm excited for the opportunity to better serve the citizens of Oregon. I'm presenting this proposal to fulfill the vacancy, and ultimately I plan on moving the store to a larger and more accessible location up on Highway 30. My short-term goal is to temporarily freshen up the existing business in the location and add some modest improvements. I'd also like to add beer and wine,
and then convert the store obviously to a non-exclusive store. My ultimate vision is to transform St. Helens Liquor into a destination store. Next slide, or this slide, sorry. Can we go back a slide? Thank you, sir. Who am I? Basically, I'm Tom. My name is Tom Burgess. My husband, 4 daughters. I've been in the liquor business for the last 22 years. I started working at Mountain Beverage back in '98 as a merchandiser. I've grown and loved this business of selling beverages. I have marketing experience through the years. And about 2 years ago, when COVID-19 hit the state, my wife and I decided to make some career changes. And we set some goals, and I was approached by one of your stores here, State Line Liquor, number 1201. They're Jansen Beach State Line Liquor. They're one of your largest stores here in the state. And the agent at that store had asked me if I could come along and manage his store for him to gain some retail experience, something that I was missing that I didn't have in my other options. So for the last 14 months, sorry, I've been getting that retail experience, and it was a whirlwind, let me tell you. I was also given unfeathered access to the operations and the control of the store. So I've been led down the road very, very well. Next slide. Thank you. Why St. Helens? Respectfully, without hurting the current owner's feelings, the store has been kind of underperforming for years. I realized that he was retiring and he wanted to save every penny he could get for his retirement, but the store has potential. It's 28.6 miles away from Portland, with a population just right around 14,000 people in it, and growing. I believe by adding some systems in place, it'll help grow the store business, teaching employees, increasing cleanliness in the store. Finally, I believe being the store has a lot of potential. St. Helens is a beautiful town, and it was founded in 1845 and has a great history. Next slide. A little bit about the store right now as it currently is. The store is small. It is only about a third of the 1,500 square feet is utilized for retail space. A third of that floor is actually carpeted. This in a liquor store is not a good idea. As you can tell, broken bottles, things like that. There's problems with paint, fixtures, no signage. As you can tell from the first slide that we put up there, there's no actual sign that even tells that it is a liquor store. Additionally, after I take over operations in September, I'd like to update the paint, the racking, add non-exclusive items. Additionally, I can improve the space efficiency by moving back some walls. This is a short-term fix for the next 2 years, or until I can contact the current landlord to talk about subletting or breaking the lease to move to Highway 30. Next slide. I also believe that increasing the store hours would greatly affect business in the store. After immediately change would be to expand the hours to operating by opening on Sundays, which is in popular demand by today's consumers. I'm confident that I can improve the culture and customer service and convenience at this location by adding these hours. Next slide. I've been hesitant to apply for any other stores, but St. Helens represents a great growth opportunity and therefore a good value for my 60 to 80 hours I plan on spending in this store every week. The area is up and coming as more people move in and out of the city of Portland. It attracts more blue collar, middle class, and millennials to the town. My sales projections are conservative, with the understanding that it'll take at least 24 months once we get this move taken care of, and I believe that sales will really take off. Every store that I've seen in the last 10 years of my experience that has invested money into their own store has grown their volume. Next slide. A proposed plan for future location, which includes 3,000 to 4,000 square feet, which more than doubles the size of the store that it is currently now. Next slide.
I put in control plans for basically helping to be accountable and vigilant for IDing verification, monitoring of stores, possible thefts, and making sure that nobody under the age of 21 is served alcohol. Next slide. Also plan on expanding the spirits inventory significantly. I'd like to add more Oregon products. I'd like to best in state offerings, also expand in-store samplings. Through my experience, that has always helped increase sales. Next slide. Why select me as an agent? So why select me over my competition? I gave up a six-figure salary as a liquor rep. I've learned the insides and outs of the operations of the daily operations of a store by working at one of your largest stores and managing that store.
30 seconds.
I picked one of the largest and most profitable stores to show you guys that I could do this. I've experienced in handling every aspects of the business from a 0.00013% inventory control to making every state of Oregon deposit and paperwork show up on time and accurately. I have a proven ability to recruit and train diverse staff, 80% women, 20% men. And
statements, please.
This is the goal I've set for the next 2 years, and I feel that St. Helens is a perfect fit for me and my family. Thank you.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
It went so fast.
Question?
Sure. I got a quick question.
Please.
For you. Tom, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Have you spoken to the landlord at the proposed?
I have not yet. I did not want to jump over my boundaries yet. This is a big selection. Once you select one of us 4 great people,
Right.
I'm assuming they will hit the ground running. I do have a real estate agent, a broker, sorry, that was looking for possible moves and locations. Right now it's a little tight, but with the leases it is now, it's sitting at 2024. So hopefully we can move sooner than later though.
Okay. And then maybe I missed it in your presentation, but what's your proposed budget for improvements?
That was my second sheet. Sorry about that. Didn't make it to that. 7 minutes went really fast. I did have a proposed startup cost that I did have attached.
Is it attached here?
Yes.
Right underneath.
Okay. Okay. Can you go back to that if you don't mind?
Yeah, no, that's my question. Is that the 60 to 85,000?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
And I do have funding
No,
for that.
I saw
I'm sorry.
60 to 85,000.
So, and Chair, I was just wondering, when I saw that 60 to 85,000, is that new place or is that a combination of?
Combination of new things right now for the and the move and yes.
So, I guess we all have the same question. You got 138,000 in potential revenue, right? And you got 60 to 85,000. How much of that for the upgrade of the existing facility, which you're going to have to stay in for how long?
Which I did have in here. You're looking at furniture, fixtures in the new existing facility. No, in the new facility has to be added to new. Oh, sorry.
If you get this, you're going to move into the existing facility.
Yes.
Okay. How much money are you going to spend for revising the existing facility?
You're looking at the costs up there.
Right. And you had 60 to 85,000.
Yes, sir. All that stuff is included in there. You're looking at buying things like such as racking, which the racking that you buy for the new for the pre-existing facility, I plan on buying right away. For the flooring, that'll be a cost that I'll spend for now to get me by. For the paint, things like that, all those expenses right now are very minimal. You're looking at like about $12,000 just right now.
Right now, if you open and when you reopen.
When I reopen.
And then.
Or when I take over September 1st.
Okay.
Until I can move to a new location, which I will gladly spend more money happily.
Well, it's gonna be more than you think, obviously, so. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All set? Okay, thanks, Tom. Next up.
Everybody be nervous, be relaxed, okay? We're gonna ask questions. It's not part of the 7 minutes. I'll just yell at you once. Just relax.
Yeah, if anybody interrupts you, the time stops, so
Right.
don't worry about it.
It's like, yeah.
Okay, next up, we have C&D Beverage, which is Dustin and Carly. Oh, there they are. Morning. Remember to please state your name or afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners. My name is Carly Bolander, and I'm here with my brother.
My name is Dustin Bolander.
And we represent C&D Beverage, presenting for St. Helens Liquor 1028. Next slide, please. A little background on C&D Beverage is we are a brother-sister partnership with 50-50 ownership. We've grown up in the industry and worked at a retail liquor store since the age of 16. I'm the current manager of Oregon City Liquor, and Dustin's the current manager of Scappoose Liquor. In 2021, we had combined sales of $13 million in liquor sales and $1.5 million in related items. For inventory management, I oversee 2,500 SKUs with value of $750,000, and at Scappoose, Dustin oversees 2,000 SKUs with value of $450,000. If appointed, we each plan to work 50+ hours a week at the store. Next slide.
To give you some information on my role in Scappoose, I've been the manager there for the last 6 years. I am responsible for every aspect of operating the liquor store. I was an integral part of the remodel and expanded selection, which has helped us increase sales by 80% since the time of takeover. And in 2017, we had one of the top 5 sales increases in the state under my management. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of the Scappoose store before we took over. And here is the current store with new shelving, new flooring, a new counter, added beer and wine, and LED lighting throughout. Slide, and one more time, please. Next slide. And here's just one last table on Scappoose, just showing where the store was at in 2016 when we took over versus where it was at last year with sales over $4 million. And over that period of time, we have increased the average customer ring up by more than $10. Next slide.
And to give you background on my prior positions, I worked as a sales merchandiser and representative for Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits in South San Francisco and California. I oversaw 18 grocery chain accounts where I was responsible for merchandising and ordering my products for my displays. I also was appointed designated trainer, so I trained all the new hires for the chain sales merchandiser role. Listed is selected awards and achievements that I won while I was in this position, and if you go to the next slide, you can see a few of my displays, and one more slide, that helped me win these awards. Next slide. Now for my current role as manager of Oregon City Liquor, I've been in this position for about 1.5 years now, where I'm responsible for every aspect of operating the liquor store. In 2021, we sold $9 million in liquor and currently ranked number 8 in the state. I also created more platforms for our social media, and I'm also in charge of ordering all the single barrels for our store. Thanks.
Moving on to St. Helens, our primary focus for the liquor store is to relocate it to a larger space on Highway 30. Currently, the store sits about a mile up the highway near Old Town St. Helens and could greatly benefit from a relocation to the highway. Although at this time there are no suitable locations available, we are, however, working with realtors to seek out new locations, and we would be ready to move as soon as possible, even if that means paying double rent, as we believe there's more potential at a new location to offset this double rent. Next slide. Here are a couple photos of the current St. Helens store. And again, on the next slide are a few more photos. I just want to point out the top left photo showing their cash register counter section. They only have one cash register at the moment. And next slide, please.
For the upgrades that we'd like to do to the current location, we'd like to extend the hours and open on Sundays, add beer and wine, add a second register, add an exterior liquor sign as well as new modern category signs, do a full store reset, increase the higher end selection in RTDs, and add a cigar humidor. So for the current store layout and our proposed, starting with the current store layout, as you can see, they have 2 islands in the middle of the store with display racks on each side. We would like to merge the islands together and remove the display racks, allowing us to add wine and RTDs to the end caps. Moving to the counter, you can see that both the counter and energy drink coolers are taking up quite a bit of space in front of the whiskey. So we would like to relocate the counter to the right side where we would add a second register, thus giving the customers more room to shop the whiskey section. As for the soda coolers, we would like to relocate those to where the cigarettes and pints were, and by condensing the Coke coolers down to 1, we will be able to fit 2 beer coolers in the new cooler section. In addition, we would also like to move the vodka wall back 5 feet, giving us more room to add to the whiskeys. Next slide. Here's just a visual of what I was speaking on. The left-hand photo shows behind the vodka wall, which we would remove the back shelving so we could scoot that wall back to 5 feet. In the right-hand photo, you can see behind the counter and the energy drink coolers. Next slide.
So with the rearranging we just talked about, this is our goal for what the store would look like. It's going to be more streamlined and shoppable with the islands pushed together and the counter relocated, and we will have added beer and wine. Next slide, please. And then here's just the estimated cost of upgrading the current store. With a contingency fund of $3,000, total comes to $16,800, and most of the items on this list we could take with us to a new location. Next slide, please.
So we'd also like to do a grand opening at the current location starting October 1st, which is prime time for Halloween Town, a tourist attraction that brings tens of thousands of people to Old Town St. Helens, which is just a few blocks from the liquor store. We would like to capitalize on the influx of people by decorating the outside with balloons, banners, having themed displays, and doing product tastings. We'll also be promoting this heavily through our social media. With the upgrades to the current store, we project to increase sales by 13% within the first year. We would do this first through our extended hours and opening on Sundays. We project our average Sunday sales to be $4,000, which would generate an additional $208,000 annually. Also, our expanded selection in the store reset is going to help us increase the average customer ring up. We project to increase the average customer ring up by $2, which would generate an additional $146,000 annually. Next slide. And while I mentioned earlier that there are no suitable locations currently available, we do have a plan for when one does become available. Ideally, it will be at least 3,500 square feet, have ample parking and high visibility from the highway. It'll be a brand new store with modern features. We'll have a walk-in beer cooler. We're going to wrap the outside windows with vendors' product decals, and we'll expand the selection and hours. Next slide. To you visual, this is our goal for the new store and new location with the hardwood floors, black shelving, modern category signs, and we'd also like to add an exposed ceiling. Next slide. Here's an example of our walk-in cooler. We would also like to wrap it with a wood accent wall around it. Next slide. And here's an example of a wrap that we would do on the outside of the store, as well as adding a larger cigar humidor into this store. And with a larger location, we would expand the selection across all categories. However, RTDs, tequila, and whiskey are going to be our top 3 priorities for product expansion, as these are all trending categories, and there's a lot of room for sales growth. Next slide. And then here's what we'd like to do with our counter. We'd like to do granite countertops with a shelving built into it for a snack section. Next slide. The estimated cost for our new location with a contingency fund of $25,000 brings it to $153,000. Next slide. On to the hours of operation and staffing. We would like to extend the hours on Saturday and open on Sundays. We will look to extend the hours further at a new location. For staff, we'd like to reiterate with any current or new staff the responsible way of selling alcohol, and we also plan on keeping any staff that would like to stay with the new ownership. Next slide. In closing, why we believe we are the right choice for St. Helens Liquor 1028.
30 seconds.
Thank you. We're both highly qualified with direct experience operating retail liquor stores. We currently manage $13 million in liquor sales annually, and we're both ready to devote 100% of our efforts towards the operation and growth of St. Helens Liquor. Thank you for your time and consideration. What questions do you have for us?
Thank you. Nice presentation.
Yeah, very nice.
Any questions?
Well, one quick, begs no questions, but just out of curiosity, what would the double rent mean to you? What's that kind of impact and for how long? And, commercial real estate's really tough. Any
Yeah,
projected?
so with commercial real estate being tough to get into, we'd want to get in as soon as possible. That's why we're willing to pay the double rent. The rent at the current space is pretty affordable. So I believe it's like $1,400. So we believe there's more potential at a new location to make that up and then, get our foot in the door for building out a brand new store. So that's why we're ready to do that right away.
Where do both of you live and so I see you guys are both devoting your time there, but what would your relationship be then with the current stores that you're working at? And because obviously you can't, maybe you can drive there, back and forth, but what would be your plans?
So we actually both live in like Milwaukee, Gladstone area, but we were willing to commute every day. And as for my current role, and I think I can speak for him, we both have great managers ready to step into our roles at our current store. So we'll be able to devote our time to our new store.
We'll be leaving our current positions to devote 100% of our time.
Sure. What's the drive time from where you live?
A little under an hour. Currently, I'm commuting to Scappoose, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't really have a problem with that. So it's another 15 minutes or so. So I'm willing to do that.
Any other questions? So who's Brent Bowman?
He's our father.
And he owns both of the stores.
Correct.
And C&D Beverage is who?
Just us two. We just formed that corporation, us two.
So your father, I'm just trying to figure this out, okay? Your father owns 2 stores. And is he going to have any relationship to you on this store?
This one will be solely just us two. He won't be involved with that store at all.
Okay.
Advice here and there, of course, if we need him, because he's been in the business for 35 years, but.
So what does he do losing 2 very valuable people like you? Because
Luckily, we have very well-trained staff and we have assistant managers that we've been kind of training as we've been trying for our own store together. So he's going to be well taken care of.
When was C&D Beverage created?
About 2
May,
months.
just before the May Commission meeting, I believe. When we applied for the Milwaukee liquor store, we didn't have our numbers yet, but we have since formed and got those numbers, like the EIN number and such.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chair, I've got a quick question. Sorry, Dustin, Carly, we heard before about the RTDs.
Mhm.
And I've seen your proposal. You guys are, you're with it.
Mhm.
You've allocated some shelf space for them. Just out of curiosity, why would an agent not want RTDs as a big, those are ready to drink cocktails? Is that because it might inhibit alcohol bottle sales? Is that, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think, it kind of takes away from our related item sales maybe. So if it's a pre-mixed can, margarita and can, we're not getting the sale on the margarita mix.
Right, okay.
A lot of times I think that's separate though. I think in our experience, I feel like the RTDs are an add-on sale on top of maybe a bottle of tequila and a margarita mixer. So
That's the way I would look at it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just curious.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
again, I
Guys,
remember your just beautiful presentation with your islands. Beautiful,
you.
beautiful. Good
It was
job.
a fun
Really.
job for sure.
Yeah, I've got one more question. Do
Mm-hmm.
you, either one of you have any financial interest in your father's operation?
No.
he doesn't plan on retiring anytime soon, so not at this time.
So does he have a corporation that's set up?
He's Brent Bowender Incorporated, just himself.
Right, and you don't have any interest in that?
Correct, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, John Harper.
Good morning.
That's afternoon now. It's morning. I love the, I lived all that stuff earlier though, and I got some comments on it afterwards. I'll pick up with Steve. Well, my name is John Harper, and I'm here to apply for the St. Helens Liquor Store, number 1028. I'm excited to be here, and thank you for having me, Chair Rosenbaum and the commission. I currently own and operate 4 tobacco businesses in the state of Oregon, parallel going down through Highway 30 from Scappoose to Seaside. As well as I have companies, real estate companies, residential housing and affordable housing projects. I'm responsible for all the day-to-day business operations of these 4 stores, the investments, the employee management, inventory management of over $1 million and thousands of SKUs, budgeting on all levels and cash management. Next slide, please. Over the last 25 years, I've grown this business from 240 square feet to 8,500 square feet. Most of that has been since, say, 2005, when we did a big expansion and took on a lot more retail locations, as well as a warehouse, a 3,000 square foot warehouse and a 1,000 square foot accounting department. My short-term goals is to enhance the social media through all OLCC approved options. I want to engage the guests and encourage feedback and product selection, which is diversity of products, which is what we've done my entire career. I want to schedule community-based events that further engage our customers. Partner with current vendors for tastings, cross-promote events with other agents, which is one shortage I've seen in studying this industry, inside and outside the area, including Portland and co-sponsor things between the different counties. My long-term goal is to relocate the store to better serve the community. That's the whole key to this whole operation is relocation. It's way off Highway 30. Next slide. Responsible liquor sales. We're going to establish an employee handbook that with internal and external training on age verification, ID checking, situational handling of intoxicated guests, perform peer review sting operations, and establish an employee retention program. Currently, my employees are with me an average of 7 years right now, the 36 employees we have. And that's from good management. They buy into the philosophy of customer service. Next slide, please. First operation, we're going to, currently they're closed on Sunday. We're going to move from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the proposed hours, and Sunday 10 to 5. And we'll be open 363 days a year, closed on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Next slide. Loss prevention strategies. On-site presence of an owner is critical to making the bonds with them that slow down the theft. Once you have a bond with your customers, they're less likely to steal from you. Adequate staffing to engage the customers. Every customer needs to be engaged. Thorough training on theft prevention, internal and external. Starts with proper receiving of inventory into the system. The inventory needs to be checked in properly. Routine cycle counting to identify things on an early stage. Enhanced placement of high-risk items. I'm going to install a new security camera and alarm system and do nightly deposits. Next slide. Management strategy. I will be present to build a relationship with the guests every day. I'll manage the inventory and all finances. I'm going to hire a qualified working manager to assist me. I intend to promote within the existing company. My administrative staff currently will handle accounting, operations, and marketing. And I'll attend some trade shows to gather more information on the industry. Next slide. Inventory strategies. I'm going to increase the retail facings by 600, look at all high-end items into a visible location. I'm going to add beer, wine, and cigars, discontinue all slow turn items, which are quite a few there. And I want a flashpoint display for underperforming items. In this case, St. Helens is seriously underperforming on tequila, which I studied quite a bit. Needs an end cap and a little more attention. Next slide. Exterior changes. We're going to put an LED lit sign. We're going to change the colors on the outside to a soft paint scheme. A new canopy with signage that says beer, wine, and liquor. We're going to put the LED lit sign up there and on the northeast wall, which is not in the picture. Next slide. This is what I propose it looks like in the end. The sign wasn't as pretty as I wanted, but that's the idea. Clean, crisp, and uncluttered, inviting. Next slide. On the left is the existing floor layout. The proposed is on the right. Now, I propose leasing the other 500 square foot space on the right side to enhance the receiving us. I've spoken to Mr. Henshaw already, and that would be a great opportunity for the delivery drivers to expedite his delivery. Additionally, that plan right there will add 250 square feet of cooler space, increase facings by 600, and increase storage and possible event area by 500. The old storage unit, I relocated the hallway to number 2 right there, which would allow access to that, could be a tasting area or an event center to go with that. And I'll add a second register. New storage racking throughout the store and in the storage room. Improve lighting by adding LED panels and replace all the flooring. Next slide. Here's the existing storage room. Next slide. There's the proposed storage room. Next slide. Existing sales floor. I'm going to make it clean, bright, inviting, open, and organized in a place where the customers and the staff will be proud of. This will be a very community-based store that people can be proud of. And next slide. Here's my proposed layout of the store. You can see the coolers added in the back. We picked up about 250 square feet back in there by pushing that gondola shelving back and moving into the soffit area. Next slide. Theirs goes back straight down. There's 2 registers back to the door, so staff don't have to cut across the building to the old storage room. Next slide. And here you can see the nice clean layout, added beer and wine in there as well. And you see the coolers next to the register for the impulse items. Next. Okay, why am I a candidate? First of all, I'm 50 years in this community with a strong relationship with people and business owners. I've been 30 years in this business, operating in this community responsibly with the tobacco businesses. I'm committed to over 40 hours a week. It seems like a stretch for some, but I'm committed to 40 plus hours a week in the store to develop the store into something that it's not right now. Dedicated team. I have a dedicated accounting, administrative, and construction team.
30 seconds.
Goes fast.
Oh, yeah. Fresh perspective. Breaking down this means that I will bring a renewed energy to this. I'm financially secure, the ability to move this building and have several relocation plans. My strength is I know a lot of people in the community and the finances to get it done.
Closing statement, please.
Next slide. Here are, next slide, there's relocation. There's an optional relocation. Next slide. Okay, development 2 is the best option. There, I have a chance to purchase a piece of land possibly in development 2 that could house. There's Dairy Queen on the right, will be, Burger King goes on the left. There's a Luke shop in it, and there's a slot right on the 3rd side over. paralleling Highway 30. I've already spoken to the owner of that property. I can buy that property right now. More than likely, there's probably a 90% chance I can buy that property. Next slide. This is a building I already designed. Huh?
You're done.
Okay. There you go.
He's a tough cookie.
Boy, he's on it. My mouth is dry. I got cotton mouth and I don't know, something.
I'm here helping you.
Woo, that went a lot faster than I thought. Or,
Commissioners,
killing me.
Mr. Chair.
Just one question popped up, just kind of random one. You said cross promotion around the area with other agents. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, so a lot of times I toured a lot of shops in liquor stores throughout the Portland area. And what I found was that they're all individually working on their own buildings. They're not being what I would consider a team effort with the OLCC. If they have an event there, I need to promote their event at this location so that some of our customers that might want to attend that event have an opportunity or know about it, because it doesn't always get out there. So if the OLCC agents as a team would cross promote other events that are going on in the communities and the other agents, then you have a more probability of increasing sales and serving the community.
no other questions? Listen, you're a good businessman. There's no question about that. You know, in a short 7 minutes, I personally have come to the conclusion, you know what you're doing. You said that you're going to devote a minimum of 40 hours.
Yes, sir.
To this store. So my first question is that for a week? Is that for a month? Because it cuts both ways. By you being a good businessman as you are, and you have 4 different operations that are successful, that means, this is what we're gonna go in and think about, okay?
Oh, no,
That means that you know what you're doing. But our responsibility is to make sure that this store lays a beam on this store to make money.
Yep.
So talk to us for a minute about how many 40 hours a week can you afford on this store compared to the rest of your businesses?
So if you look at the ladder in slide maybe 2, you will find that I've built these businesses and every one of them, I've been hands-on. I'm a hands-on owner. So every time I allocate my time to develop those businesses, I will develop this business from start to finish, spending 40+ hours a week. And that doesn't include the accounting stuff. That is just me working on the sales floor to develop that business and the customer relations that we need, and the relocation. That's going to take extra time. That's overtime right there. So, but I'll be on the floor in that store until I'm comfortable with that store, which is not going to be for 2 or 3 years. I promise you, I will be on that floor in that building 40 hours a week minimum, working hard to make that store exactly what you guys want it to be. But more importantly, profitable for you, but for the community. They deserve this. They have for a long time. And I'm the guy that can get that done.
Thank you.
I have a quick- how many slides are left?
Well, there's a bunch because so when I submitted my presentation, I submitted the original presentation that didn't include the budgets for every one of those all those options. I really would like to speak on those, but I didn't have enough time. So I submitted them in a form which was also my budget for the additions to the current store. And so that is the next, I think that's the next slide. I'm not sure this is an affordable housing project. I buy houses through the auction of the counties and I remodel it. That little red house is the top floor on that house. I remodel that and I do a lot of this. So I'm construction savvy, permitting, and I can build stuff. Next slide. This one I bought at the auction. Honestly, I bought that for $90,000. Didn't even know it had driveway and that brush over there. And that's what it is today. Next slide. Here's all the relocation opportunities, a write-up on every one of them that was part of those prior slides. Tells you everything about it. Next slide. And there's a budget for every one of them that tells you what it's going to cost on all those options. And the first thing I would do is, if appointed, I would like to move soon on meeting with you guys and Randy to decide which location is the number 1 target, number 2 target, number 3 target. Because as Steve said earlier, real estate is at a prime right now. They don't make more of it. I own a lot of it, and I know they're not making more of it. And that development on the end of town is gonna get burned up really quick. So if you guys wanna be there, you can't wait. Leahy has the developmental one I call D1 in the slideshow. Now they just got their permits for groundbreaking there, all right? He's gonna build 2 strips, one along each side. I don't know if I've designed those in there, but he's gonna have 2 strips on D1. The other guys have all got all their laterals in, and that city is on rock. It's not easy to build there, by the way, if anybody knows St. Helens. It's all a rock. It took them, they were making 6 inches of rock a day, by the way, just digging laterals in. But anyway, when they develop those, there's gonna be 1 slot left. And if you want that, I put a budget in here. Slides forward, please. Again. Next. Okay, that is D2. So I propose the only way to get that property. Now I can work with the owner. He's willing to go in partners on building the building, but I like to own stuff. So we don't let them control us. We control our own destiny. So I propose to sell a property I have in Clackamas, which is outside of my Highway 30 passage. So you guys are not going to see me here usually applying for a liquor store outside of my work path, because I am efficient about my travel. I want to sell a piece of property, do a 1031 exchange on it, try to buy that piece of dirt that's left. And there is my budget to build the 4,000 square foot building, although there is 8,000 square feet, they tell me, that can be built there, but that's the budget to build that particular store. Now, if that happened before it, I put a budget in for a lease buyout on the existing store lease if necessary.
Very good.
Dennis has a question.
Mr. Chair.
Dennis has a question.
Oh, Dennis, where are you?
I'm here.
Dennis, we can't see you, but go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Harper, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. I was just noticing that on one of your bank statements, you show John Harper Jr. Is that you?
It is.
Okay, and then you've got Ruthie Zentner, Alyssa Thrasher, and Tanya Crowder. How are they involved in what you're doing now and the funding for this new store? Tell me that.
Those were authorized signers on them, and those were just authorized signers. Like one of them was a coupon redemption lady. They all have credit cards. Tanya no longer works for me. That was outdated data, I think, maybe. I tried to get the bank on my new presentations. If you look, I took all that off of there. I got a letter from one of the banks on the newest presentation. It shows just bank balances or whatever. And so it took that off. But those are just authorized signers.
So they have no ownership in those funds?
And zero. I'm 100% owner of UTB Investments. I put those in there too that showed you all my state documents and filings. Show I am the sole owner of UTB Investments.
So one last question. Your business seemed to be doing very well and obviously keeping you very busy. What makes you want to get into this one?
Well, so with the tax increase on tobacco, my stores parallel mostly through on the border from Astoria and Rainier. So when that happened, I probably lost 60% of my volume, which means my staff then their hours are shortened. I'm still carrying them because they've been with me, like say, an average of 7 years plus. So, but they deserve to get full-time work for me. They're trained, they've been with me a long time. And this was a target market that fit our current persona and our current, tobacco is lockstep with liquor. As a matter of fact, we do. But these guys are trained already with great customer service. They do ID checking. We have not had violations. You won't find them because it didn't happen. So this seemed like a great challenge, an opportunity. I've been here in business 30 years. The people in this community have supported the success of my business from 240 square feet to 8,500. And I deserved, that's paying it forward. The community deserves it. They've given me the wealth to make this possible. I don't need help from anybody. I have my own finances, and we can make something the community be proud of. Now, being proud of something is one thing, but we have to build something that they will come to. And I think we can do that.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Interesting, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, John. Last applicant, Jason Mooden, come on up. No, that's fine. Morning. Afternoon. Afternoon. Welcome. And remember, you'll have up to 7 minutes. And Commissioner Revolt will warn you at 6:30. Please state your names for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Jason Moon, and with me is my business partner, Rosie Moon. Next slide, please. I'll be presenting our objective and process for the St. Helens proposal, as well as our company background. Rose and I work side by side daily as business partners, and she would be involved in all aspects. Next slide, please. Our objective would consist of 2 phases. Phase 1, existing location, improve store appearance inside and out, change and or extend store layout to accommodate new products, increase sales and extend hours of operation, hire and retain customer-friendly, knowledgeable, and reliable staff. Phase 2 would be to relocate to Highway 30 frontage, picking a new high visibility store location, build out 3 to 4 unit strip mall with St. Helens Liquor Store as the anchor store, prepare store layout for the strategic use of the newly acquired additional space to influence the customer buying experience, increase sales and extend hours of operation, hire and retain customer-friendly, knowledgeable, and reliable staff. Next slide, please. Existing location, phase 1, improve store appearance inside and out. New commercial square tile carpet that's easily replaceable, 2 foot by 2 foot tiles. You get spillage, odor. You can rip one out, put one in. We just put one in a current store we have, and when you get stained, it's nice to replace. LED lighting, replace existing fixtures, including the current lights, paint walls and ceiling, add store front business sign, and LED open or neon sign, update shelving. Next slide, please. Change and or extend store layout to accommodate the new products. Shift the rear wall back for additional retail space. Increase sales and extended hours of operation, 7 days a week. Install a mini cigar section, display humidor, cabinet, accessories, etc. Introduce new products such as increasing options, including sizes, low and high-end spirits, and a wide assortment of merchandise to attract a wider range of customers. Hire and retain customer-friendly, knowledgeable, and reliable staff. Utilize live remote camera feeds for loss prevention and team view for employee assistance on the point of sale. Next slide, please. Okay, relocate phase 2, picking a new high visibility store location. We've located 3 new store location ideas. Here's option A on Highway 30 and Furlock Park Boulevard. Next slide, please. Here's option B, visible from Highway 30, 1 lot from Highway 30 and on Furlock Boulevard. Next slide, please. Option C is on Highway 30 and Furway Lane. Next slide, please. So these are 3 locations that are for sale. I spoke with the broker and could have put them under contract, but I held off until today before we move forward. This is an aerial view of the 3 locations on or near Highway 30.
Is this where you plan to put the strip mall in?
That would be the proposal, obviously with your guys' approval of a location. Next slide. Example of a storefront with a strip mall of 3 units. Next slide, please. Build out a 3 to 4 unit strip mall with St. Helens Liquor Store as the anchor store. This would encourage more foot traffic and cross traffic from store to store. Slightly south of center in town on Highway 30 captures commuters and will serve all of St. Helens. With the liquor store agent being the landlord, it'll ensure financial and location stability for the liquor store and be able to expand as needed, utilizing the spaces next door. Prepare store layout to influence the customer buying experience, adopting all OLCC recommendations that were made for the St. Helens store, which includes fixtures, equipment, wall and floor shelving 7 days a week, and a much needed illuminated exterior sign and open sign. A wide selection and variety of spirits, sizes, mixers, home business bar accessories, cigar station, glassware, party favorites, and possibly some gag gifts. Next slide. Increased sales and extended hours of operation. Myself working in the store 2 to 3 days a week, initially 5 days a week, and my business partner, Rosie, working opposite days, 2 to 3 days a week, initially 4 to 5 days a week. Utilize live remote camera feeds for loss prevention and team view for employee assistance. Hire and retain customer-friendly, knowledgeable, and reliable staff, compensating them with higher wages and benefits compared to the community minimum wage between 16 and 18 an hour with 40 hours full-time, paid time off, matching 3%, 401k, store bonuses, benefits equal to, these benefits equal to an additional compensation of over $2 an hour. Currently, we have 2 full-time employees at one of our existing businesses and an assistant manager that resides in St. Helens. They would be cross-trained to help cover shifts as needed. Next slide, please. About our company, my business partner and I are both native Oregonians. We live 7 miles from St. Helens in the town of Scappoose. Our current businesses, we own a Walport Ace Hardware with 6 employees and manage a 7-figure revenue in Walport, Oregon on the coast. We have 4 postal annex stores throughout the metropolitan area with 12 employees. And we also are managing a 7-figure revenue with those 4 locations. One of them is in Scappoose where we reside. We established a company. We have an established company, responsible team with the experience and the know-how to operate a business. We have the financial ability and very experienced developer who owns land and wants to sell the land.
30 seconds.
And is willing to finance any set structures. Our team, myself and Rosie, business partners, riding 7 miles from St. Helens. We we have 3 store managers, 2 assistant store managers, 2 store leads, and 6 retail associates at the 4 locations that we currently have. Next slide, please. And that's a couple examples of 2 of our locations, one in Beaverton, one in Lake Oswego.
Closing statement, please.
Thank you for your time, and any questions?
Go ahead, Matt. What, is that up by the New Seasons, the Lake Oswego store?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's
3
right next-
Monroe Parkway.
Yeah. That's it.
Are you familiar with that store?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I was just in there the other day, said to get cards, so.
Oh.
We do have quite a selection of cards. Great service, I hope?
Yeah.
Good.
And that store, all our stores are great examples of being open longer hours. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 8, Saturday, 9 to 6, and then 2 of our locations are open on Sundays, 10 to 5.
And of the 600 postal annex stores, we're like one of 4. They're open 12 hours a day and 7 days a week.
Any challenges with staff?
There has been, as far as hiring at the Lake Oswego location. All the other locations we get, we have to put pause when we use Indeed to hire. And so we get flooded with the other 3 locations, but Lake Oswego is a challenge. But they're about 15, 20 minutes apart from the Beaverton location. And so the employees longtime employees and they're willing to commute 15, 20 minutes to cover shifts at the Lake Oswego store. We just hired her last opening and she gave her 2-week notice to come to our store. So we're fully staffed.
And this is a great example of surveillance. We have audio, video recording, not only for training our employees, but also for issues with customers if it comes up. It's really easy access system and team viewer. We can remote into the computers and assist the employees with training or any questions that they have, or if they need walkthrough through processes, we're there.
We can even complete the sale from our home office.
So even if we're not physically present in the store, we have all the ability to assist where needed.
Have you owned these stores while you were plant manager over at Providence?
So we started out with the Scapoo store. So when I was at Providence, we purchased, or no, it was about the same time we purchased the Scapoo store. And I wasn't a plant manager, I was a building engineer. I run the plant when I'm on shift, I was in charge.
So I've been around here for a lot of years now. You're the first person that proposed using a liquor store as an anchor on a mall. I thought that was interesting, but what kind of, have you run the numbers yet on what that would entail? You're going to pick up the whole cost of developing it, right?
I would be the signer on the loan, but I would use investment money for the purchase of the or construction development of the building.
Did you run any numbers on what that would cost? Mr. Harper talked about $1.3 million, $7 million.
Yeah, I think when I talked with the developer, he's thinking just under 2 million. We could get a 3-4 unit, depending on the facade, the facade of the front of the building, just under 2 million.
Okay, and of course you're going to get nothing unless you get the store.
Right, and that's it. I didn't want to sign and buy the lot unless I had a purpose for it. Right.
Crazy to do that.
And
Any
just
other
that being
questions?
the anchor of the store is we were initially thinking of just building a standalone building for the liquor store if we got the license. But we lease space in all 4 of our shipping locations, and we see the cross traffic. They go next door for this, they come into our store for that, or vice versa. So instead of building a standalone that's isolated, we figured let's add 2 additional units, smaller than ours, of course, and it would drop foot traffic, cross traffic.
Thank you. Listen, both you and Mr. Harper, I'm in all of you, but the 2 of you have got a entrepreneurial spirit that there's no question that it's appreciated.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, just a side note, I was just gonna say, it's off topic a little bit, however, years ago, I volunteered kind of at Benson High School. And it just really punctuates my point that institutions like Benson, as it was, it was just such a neat facility. They had all these trade opportunities for folks who really didn't even want to, or need to go to college route or whatever, but look at you, benefit so nicely from that program.
And he's more on the shy side. He is actually very talented. He's built houses. He's built the house we're in right now. He's electrical, building engineer. He's done it all. And I learned from him, and my background's more HR experience. So I do more the people, the Oregon and Washington laws, because we have a store in Washington, and then working knowledge of labor and associate relations. So we really complement each other as a team. And building a building would be no big deal for him. He does it. He's done it many times.
And I appreciate you bringing up the Benson High School. I have fond memories of, I majored in building construction, so you take a bunch of different shops, plastic, electrical, plastic, welding, automotive. So you get to experience everything in that high school, or you used to. I've heard it's changed, but it's a great opportunity for everybody to kind of explore what they want to do in life. So yeah, I built 3 houses around doing all the plumbing, electrical, concrete, framing, everything, all the trades. So I enjoy it, and definitely business is, it's fun.
Well, thank you very much. I usually say this after we come back, but all four of you did a wonderful job. I mean, this is going to be a hard decision for us. So we just thank you in advance.
Thank
It
you
was
for
very
having us.
impressive, all four, and I sincerely mean this. Thank you very much. Before we go into session, I want to take care of the Junction City one.
I'll be happy to do so. Yeah, sorry. If you'll give me one moment, so that I can pull it back up. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're gonna come up, okay.
You've got the easy one. This is the easy one. If we reject you, you're in deep trouble.
Wow. That doesn't happen often. So Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners, this this spouse-child appointment for permanent is a result of Mom Shirley passing a couple of years ago. Since then, Cindy's been running the store as a temporary agent. Mom was just over 40 years as a liquor agent. That's kind of cool. Junction City, obviously located just outside Eugene, Oregon. Since that time, Cindy has worked to develop. You'll see the commitment list that we've done. James is her district manager, but we always look for something a little bit better, and she's begun on that path. The new security camera systems, painted the interior, so we're just getting started. Her long-term goal is to relocate and expand the size of the store. It's pretty small. Lease is restricted due to a tenant next door to add any additional related items. But you know, she's been worked with Mom. I hope I don't mind I call out Mom, but for over 20 years. The last time I saw her, I think with her mother, one of them had to run out because they both worked there, and they were taking turns eating a slice of pizza and going to the front counter. So it was when Jamie had just come on. So nice little store in Junction City, doing just short of $1.5 million, right at $1.5 million annual.
So no more than a couple of minutes, but just tell us the improvements of where you want to be 2 years from now. Because
Sure.
I'm gonna I assure you, I'll be around here.
You're gonna send me in.
We're gonna send somebody in to take a look, that's right. We do this, so we wanna know what you're gonna do and how it's gonna look 2 years from today.
All right, my name is Cindy Rust, for the record, and I'm grateful to be here today. So my long-term plan is to have a brand new store built in Junction City to double our size, to bring in beer and wine and cigarettes and lottery, and expand our liquor selection. Junction City is growing. That's a long-term goal. I have a contractor that builds really nice things so far, but I've been mostly working on short-term for right now and improving the store where we're at, the location. And so that's pretty much where I put a lot of my attention. But hopefully in the near future, we can have a brand new store, brand new shelving, just everything for Junction City because it's growing. And I think it needs to happen.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking the question.
So I would love to leave Shadow Hills and stop in there before I go home, as opposed to having where I have to go now. So I would love for you to have a new store.
Thank
there in Junction City. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're talking a year, we're talking 2.
Probably 1 or 2 years, it's safe to say. I'm doing this very incrementally, with the budget that I have.
Right.
So.
Okay. Any other questions? We're ready to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a motion on this, don't we?
It's in there.
Session.
Oh, can we do this right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
You
give
can do
this.
whatever you want. You're the commissioner.
Chair, I move to appoint Cindy M. Rust as the permanent agent at store 1061 Junction City, effective August 1st, 2022.
No further discussion? Take the roll, please.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Giappon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rebel is gonna keep us up to date.
Yeah.
We're following you.
Okay. Thanks, I'll let you know.
Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
The commission will now go into executive session to deliberate on the agent selection pursuant to the authority of ORS 192.660, sub 2, sub A. If there are members of the media present, representative of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the media are specifically directed not to record on any of the deliberations during the executive session except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in the executive session. We will return to open session in this room.
Okay.
Right.
We are back in session, and Commissioner Floyd will make the motion.
All right, I do. Chair, I move to appoint C and D Beverage as a permanent agent at store 1028 St. Helens effective September 1, 2022.
We had a hell of a discussion. Let me tell you that. Thank you all for coming, and we appreciate it.
Call the roll.
Yes, we do.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Giappon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And everyone, this used to be a lot easier 8 years ago. But you guys are come back, okay? We have liquor stores, we have expansions. Expansion, buzzword, pay attention, expansion. When he sends that out, we'd like to see you again. Okay? Not you guys.
Yeah, you have enough. But everybody else, absolutely. Anybody else has anything to say? No?
Chair Rosenbaum, commissioners, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you always.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So you don't know anything.
We'll see.
Okay.
Andrea? Oh, there you are.
Can you hold on a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not Harper.
Hey,
Harper.
we're a suggestion for you.
Well, I was,
He's gonna do it.
one of the things that we noticed is.
They're gone.
We're in recess.
We're not.
No, we're not in recess.
Well, I was just going to put on the record, I noticed one of the, during what was going on, that, you have potentially resources to build a new liquor store. And so maybe you might want to talk with them, maybe you could be a landlord. and
They
figure
are my
something out.
landlord. Alan Scappoose Shopping, they own the building. So they are my landlord right now, so I got leverage now.
Well, yeah.
You mean they're your tenants?
I appreciate them. I really think you did a good job.
And you did a very good job. You
Thank
really
you.
did.
Yeah, you did a great job and I.
The
could
passion
appreciate
and is
for your
there.
community.
We like
They'll
that
make you
very
proud.
much.
I know
Yeah.
they will. I wanted to say something about the marijuana conversation earlier. Can I speak on that real quick?
Yeah.
One thing I want you guys to remember about that is, so the sweet leaf chain of dispensaries, you know Oscar probably, comes to the commission meeting and stuff. But I picked all those locations and I built them all. So The one thing that I didn't hear in the discussion earlier, I'm involved in this quite heavily, is that the tax advantage that growers have over retailers is huge. Is they get to take all tax deductions on the federal side, right?
Yeah, but that is a federal issue. I mean, it's just.
No, I'm saying that when you are on the retail side, your tax, you get broke off on the tax, you get nothing over there. But the grower side gets all the tax benefits. So there's a definite disparity when we talk about income from growing opposed to retailing on the tax side.
Yeah, thank you. We know.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, nice to see you guys.
In person. You guys seem so close.
And I'll introduce myself. My name is Melanie Musial. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I am the new Administrative Hearings Director, and I'll be with Ms. Chiller today. She will be taking the lead on presenting the settlements and answering the questions.
Thank you.
And for the record, Andrea Chiller, case presenter with AHD, here to present the licensing, marijuana, and alcohol stipulated settlements for ratification.
Anybody have any questions on the alcohol?
I don't.
No, I guess we need a motion then.
Chair, I move to ratify the 3 stipulated settlement agreements as proposed by staff.
Please take the roll.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Melitas,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Okay, the next one is the marijuana violation stipulation settlement agreement. Any discussion?
Yes.
It's good. Go do it, Commissioner. We're all behind you.
There's a situation that you've already made a decision on, and I don't like second guessing what the team does. Having said that, an individual has the ability, after doing something so egregious and so illegal, and now has the opportunity to sell that license. It's already done. I understand that. I'm going to speak against that ever happening again down the road. Because when you break the law on purpose, you don't get the benefit of something on the back end. That's a slap in the face. So I understand what was done. I understand how it was done. I just don't like it in the future.
And I will not only say amen to that, but it's going to be my position that when something like this happens again, that we take the license away and we do not allow that individual to profit on it, any individual to profit on it in any way, shape, or form. That's going to be my position. I hope it's the position of the commission. And Steve, you want to?
Yeah, let me just weigh in here, because this is really policy. This isn't about charges. This has been our practice, right? And we put in place the practice for a lot of, I think, good reasons. For this industry was more embryonic, right? People were losing their life savings and a lot of people couldn't succeed. But with Senate Bill 408, it clearly gives us when we're supposed to cancel licenses, and diversion is one of those things, selling the minors another. I think we've been talking a lot about, at some point this is going to change. I think we're seeing that change point now. Now it's going to make some of the job tougher on settlements. They may go to hearing, they may go to court on those, but you know, we have I'll just preface, we have a case that's more of a poster child than this one behind us, and we were going to bring to you our first non-sales settlement maybe on that diversion case. This one looks like it. They were highly cooperative, I think, in the settlement process. That's one of the reasons we didn't apply a tougher standard here, and we didn't want to proffer a standard in the middle. We wanted you to demark the change that we were making. I think you're making that right now. You're directing staff and us to
on these cases where they're category ones, they're Senate Bill 408 cases that we do not provide folks, at least, our inclination should be not to provide the sale or the, opportunity to change the business operation, right? Change the ownership structure and process that. That's going to make some settlements tougher, but hopefully we'll have fewer cases that are in the Cat 1 category going forward. So we need to work on that. You'll probably see one eventually. Well, I don't know when you'll see it. It'll be sometime this fall. I don't know if it's next month or the month after.
Well, there's a clear and precise feelings on this commission. We also, I make it a habit of not voting on any restricted licenses. I just do that, and the rest of the commission does their thing. But even in the alcohol area, if you're operating on a restricted license and you violate the rules, even on a restricted license, that should be the same consideration as marijuana. I mean, nobody on this commission wants to take away any livelihood in their business. Everybody understands that. We're all pro-business, sitting here. On the other hand, I think it's very important for the whole community to understand what we're going to do in the future. I would like Mark to put a press release out in effect of where we're going on this, so that there's no confusion on it, and anybody listening on this, they will tell their friends as well. I think it's important that we set some ground rules on this that nobody's going to be surprised in the future.
Just with
Commissioners, do you have anything else to say on it?
You're right. It's not fair to the folks that have been doing it the right way, and we've got enough licenses in the system currently. So, it's a no-brainer to me. I think it's great. I'm glad we're doing it.
Chair, just to, if I may comment and give AHD's, part of AHD's outlook on that. A couple issues to keep in mind when considering this policy. One is that you can't settle a case for nothing. If you are not offering the person who has violated the rules something in return for settling, there is no disincentive to go to hearing, which may be perfectly all right. It has effect on staffing, on workload, on our ability to work on other cases. That is just another aspect that I would ask that you keep in mind moving forward this. And the other one that you might not be aware of is that there is a DOJ policy that an administrative proceeding should be stayed if there are pending criminal charges related to this same conduct. So in a case where someone was arrested out of state with marijuana to sell, there is a possibility that if they go through the contested hearings process, that the ability to take away their license might be delayed. Whereas if you offer them this settlement and they take it, you get the bad actors out of the industry as soon as possible. So it's just another, yes, I understand on the face of it how difficult it is to stomach the idea of someone profiting from the misuse, after the misuse of their license in this way. On the other hand, if the overall mission of the commission is to ensure compliance and not just be punitive, it might be better served by getting them out of the industry as soon as practicable.
How many? So this person we're talking about, if you didn't, like, he would have had the ability to operate, continue to operate. Is that?
Well, they're subject to an immediate suspension, and honestly, I believe this is a question for DOJ, how their policy. So this isn't an OLCC policy. This is a DOJ policy that administrative actions are stayed pending criminal proceedings, and it probably stems from not wanting to put people in a position where they have to incriminate themselves. I do not know how our immediate suspension rules and that DOJ policy would interplay. Here, if there was an immediate suspension, they would not be able to operate during the pendency of that. But again, I don't know how those policies interplay. If there is no immediate suspension, they would get to operate the entirety of the time until there is a final order.
So I would say whatever the immediate suspension criteria are, we just change that to essentially, or what are we gonna do to make it whatever that would be the same, like, I guess, the criteria for not being able to go on with and issue the license, again, would be the same as a criteria for immediate suspension. And I mean, they do have an incentive to a certain degree to settle, because if they go to ALJ, that's gonna cost them $100,000, you know, and, so I don't know, but I'm with you, I understand it.
Well,
And I understand that, Commissioner Miletus. On the other hand, they can spend the money for their attorney's fees and possibly end up with a license at the end of it. Whereas if there is no downside to going to hearing other than the attorney's fees. Whereas if they had the option to possibly sell their business and transfer the license, they would have more of a chance to get more money with fewer attorney's fees.
Is there a way to cap, you know, say that you can't sell it for more than X, so I had to kind of,
Yeah.
at least,
That's-
I mean,
that's-
probably not.
How do you even regulate
What
that?
are we talking about? Roughly, you know, when they sell it, what do they get on something like that?
Oh, Chair Rosenbaum, I honestly do not know the value of the, and it's also.
License depends on the market.
Yeah.
Right now, everything's down, but
So
last
tell me-
year was.
so tell me what we're
down
talking
back then.
When in the height of when people thought, you know, they could buy a lot of cannabis, it was 400,000 for a license.
So,
Now it's 200 or so, so
Yeah.
it's.
Yeah, but
Not for less.
I understand completely what you said, and one, I appreciate that, and it was the right thing to say. There's always on the other hand. On the other hand, if we do this, and that word spreads, which it will very quickly in the community, that $400,000 or whatever it is in the future, because it's going to be more in the future. If that is in jeopardy, then maybe some of these things won't happen to begin with. So on the other hand, there's always on the other hand. And I think at this point, we need to do this to send the message out there that you can't be a bad actor and end up profiting from it.
I guess
But
I'm looking for more discussion. And if DOJ needs to get into the act, let's get them in the act. I hate second guessing you guys. I really do. I fight him all the time out there. I hate second guessing.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Paul.
But it just grates me that, more discussion, please.
I'm sorry, and just again, like, so the immediate suspension thing seems like a fairly lot, because then any incentive they have, why do we care if we settle with them? Because we've already immediately suspended it and we don't have to reissue it, wouldn't that?
Well, Commissioner Miletus, the issue with the immediate suspension is that there are rules that require a hearing within a certain amount of time of us issuing an immediate suspension.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, just not immediate revocation.
Yeah.
Exactly,
no,
it's just
there's
a
due
suspension,
process
so-
for that. So even so, we still have to get over the due process hurdle, which
Yeah.
gets you in the same situation.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, just a little one, because I think, Andrew, you know, we have sat back, and particularly I remember on the liquor side, during criminal investigations and cases, waiting for law enforcement to conclude, to our embarrassment for a long time, on some very high profile liquor license revocations, which are extremely, frustrating. So on the one hand, we can do this, there is the deterrence, and I think we should, and as I said, staff, we may just want to move to you and start working these as settlements or not settlements, and you'll see the difference, and we'll work with DOJ and hearings to bring those things forward. But I think there's one that, we'll have to take a look at and finish our work on, but I think there's one where you're gonna see pretty soon that's, we would not recommend the opportunity to transfer the business ownership.
Michael, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing me. I wasn't really ready to speak today, but
Are you on the beach?
yeah, that's the automatic background. I'm actually in my home office right now. It'd be nice to be at the beach today. I guess I just wanted to reiterate that there are a couple of points here, and one of the primary points is it would be very helpful for AHD if there was a carefully considered policy or rule made about this, because it's hard to know exactly what we're enforcing or not enforcing Director Marks was referencing category 1. I don't think the intention was to apply this to all category 1s. I thought the intention was to apply it where there's diversion, where there's some kind of diversion out of state. So that's a difference, and we need to understand that if we're going to apply it accurately. The other thing is that there's a question as to whether there's a legal question that DOJ should be consulted as to whether this can be done by a policy of the commission or whether it requires rulemaking. And there are some recent cases of the Court of Appeals that have been cited to us by lawyers challenging some of our actions that say that they're invalid. And we don't necessarily agree with that, but it's out there that some of the actions that we've done by policy needed to be done by rulemaking. If we did rulemaking on it, we would be able to capture the industry's perspective, but I realize that that would delay things. So I know that you're not excited about hearing that, but it's a consideration. At least DOJ could be consulted. Another point to consider is the point of just how long it takes to get bad actors out of the system. I mean, quite literally, anybody who's charged with a felony and is trying to resolve that felony before we can go forward, there's a serious question as to whether we can complete the immediate suspension or whether it would be stayed in some way. I don't know what an ALJ would do with that. We have one case that's coming to you next month or the month after, where despite the immediate suspension, they're still out there moving marijuana around the premises, which is very troubling for us. You know, they do, I guess my point is, until they agree to get out of the business, even with an immediate suspension in place, they could be using their licensed premises to do things with marijuana. And that can go on for a year or two before we get to a final order. And then there's the final point. Of course, nobody's allowed to sell a license technically, and we control their license. We can cancel their license ultimately when we get to a final hearing, or we can suspend it immediately, but we don't control business assets. It's a free market. People are allowed to sell their business assets regardless. Now, what we have controlled is the value of that because of the limitations on new producer licenses. That's created a market for that's of value for people to get into a faster queue with licensing by doing a change of ownership. So there are other ways to go at that market. If we were to, if producer licenses opened up, that would undercut that market. And there's also other ways to control who these, to ensure that any required sale surrender be to a true arm's length party in a third party sale, as opposed to being sold to somebody's mother or son or something, and have there be no actual change in control. And that's by having rules on fraudulent conveyance.
Michael,
I throw all those things out because this is a tremendously complicated problem that looks from the front end like a no-brainer. I'm sorry to use Commissioner Melides's phrase. Sure, nobody likes the idea of somebody going out of state with marijuana and then profiting from it. That's terrible. But they have a right to sell their own property, and we want to get them out of the business.
When they transfer, we don't have to sign the reassignment.
Can I make this simple? I want to follow up on that question, Matt. The person has, let's take this one that we're not going to move on today, but the person diverts 250 pounds of marijuana. He is going to sell that business and then, and correct me if I'm wrong, and transfer that license to whoever buys that business. No.
No, they have to apply for a license. The buyer has to apply for a license. The original license is not transferable.
But the fact that he's selling that,
But to get in line, they're
this is not making
advanced
sense
in
to
a-
me.
yeah.
So, yeah, Chair Rosenbaum, I think Michael's point was, we have no control over the business. The equipment, the goodwill, the name, all of that is out of our purview.
Agreed.
What we control is whether or not they can go into the change of ownership queue. And Michael is right, we don't transfer licenses, but the process is in this case, the licensee has the opportunity to submit a change of ownership form. The buyer can submit their new application form, and it circumvents the moratorium, and it also puts them in a shorter queue because it's a change of ownership queue. So yes, I think we're both saying things that are true, which is we cannot transfer or sell a license. When that process is finished, there's an entirely new license, a new license number, and there is a new licensee, but it is the change of ownership process ends with someone else stepping into their shoes.
I understand all that. All I think we're saying is that, okay, we have no control. The business, the assets are worth $1 million. This other guy is gonna come over, pay the $1 million, and he's got the business. But he's also going to sit there and say, for the $1 million, I'm paying, and I understand that I am, one, going to submit my application, two, I'm going to circumvent the moratorium, and three, I am going to get an approval of a license, and I don't think that there's anybody in this world who's gonna buy $1 million business without understanding they're gonna do that. So what Michael said, it confused me, only from the point of view is, I think we all understand what we're doing. The thing that I wanted to ask is, on the case that's coming up, which I don't want to discuss it, obviously, we don't even know what it is. But on that case, it's disturbing because the person is still doing business. Now, will somebody please explain to us how they're doing business with a license that's been revoked so that we can start looking at that issue too?
Chair Rosenbaum, at that point, it becomes a criminal issue. It would be the exact same as if they started a farm and started growing marijuana completely outside the
It becomes a
regulated.
criminal issue which we have no control over.
Correct.
Well, that's what I thought when I listened to that.
We can't take that. We wait for the conclusion
Right.
of the criminal act before then we take action on them.
We cancel it, it's canceled,
No.
but if they continue to do business, that's a criminal issue that we have no control over. Rich? This is important in terms of just understanding it so that we're in the loop in the future.
And then also a separate question is, because I'm trying to catch up and understand, is since the potentially new licensee, potentially, if they come before the commission, is it possible to at least let them know that it's likely they won't receive a license? Or does that not be possible?
No, that's.
No.
Oh, okay, that's like that.
But they're buying that with the idea that they're gonna circumvent the moratorium and that there's an understanding, always been, that we will give approval to that because that goes with the old business.
Right.
And that's what we're saying, it's not gonna happen.
Well, they have to qualify under our standards for changing business. They have to meet all of our qualifications, go through the background and do that work. I think, Paul, what I just want to make sure there wasn't confusion on this is, if they do the criminal act, unless we have the opportunity and power to enforce a immediate suspension where we can keep them closed for that amount of time, they are operating during that time period. So it's not that there's a subsequent criminal activity. We need enough to say we can make an immediate suspension stick.
And what Michael is saying is Michael, you're saying that it's a disturbing case because we don't have the authority to make them stop illegally doing what they're doing?
Well, we've already got an immediate suspension order on them. We've already got a proposed cancellation. So basically what they're doing is one more ground. It's another category 1 offense, another basis for the pending cancellation. And so we have authority in that regard. Absolutely. They're still a licensee. They're still violating our rules. But unfortunately, you know, we maybe Rich has some ideas because, of course, he's got the public safety background, but we're somewhat limited.
Rich?
Chair Rosenbaum, members of the commission, what happens in those cases is we do contact law enforcement and we refer it to law enforcement and explain the circumstances. Of course, I can't make a law enforcement agency take a certain case or work a certain case. And so some of the conversations that I've been having with Director Marks is that we have had more of these as the market has turned down, to be honest with you. And we beg, we grovel, we look for assistance from city, county, and state, and sometimes they don't have the manpower to do that. And so what happens is we have a licensee that's suspended, immediate suspension, and they're continuing to operate, and the process for law enforcement to find time to pick up that investigation will take a year, and they can kind of operate free and willy at the time. You also have to remember that some of these people are, you know, they're criminals, for lack of better terms. They have weapons. We know they have weapons in the house. They've told us not to come. We're unarmed inspectors. I wouldn't expect my inspectors to go out to one of these locations without police assistance just to see if they're operating because of the safety issues. So we have kind of a conundrum or a black hole in our system.
Can't we just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can't we just
sorry.
yank them off metric? They can't transact in the
That
system.
doesn't mean that's gonna stop them. They're gonna divert it to somewhere else. So
Right,
that-
but they're out, yeah, no, I hear you.
So they won't put it within the legal system, Commissioner, at least they'll take it
That-
out.
Nothing's easy in life, and
No,
we
sir.
understand that, but isn't this what you described, the perfect case in which we don't want them to additionally make money off of the damn thing?
Yes, sir. And that's why.
That's offensive. At that point, if they thumb their nose at the law for a year and a half, and we finally get to the point we close them down and they're gonna make an additional $400,000 off of it, that's offensive.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner. What my role is I hear from my inspectors, I hear from my regional managers, hey, stop this process. I speak with the HD people that I'm working with now, and they tell me the legal issues. And so that's one of the reasons that I came to you folks and started discussing, like, what is our plan? How are we gonna handle these? We gotta figure out how this is gonna go forward, because it's not as simple. As Michael has pointed out, there's a lot of complex issues with this. And it's not a simple fix or flip of a switch in my mind. And so that's why the discussions are coming up. Obviously, we've had people divert in the past and cooperated and ended up in front of you. You know, we're seeing some deviation from that, and it doesn't make it as simple as it used to be. And so those activities, frankly, were non-cooperation and thumbing their nose at our authority is kind of a new thing, to be honest with you. And so that's kind of why we're in the position we are. But you know, I'm hearing it from my folks and Andy, Melanie, Michael on the side about the legal issue, and then I'm hearing it from my inspectors who are saying, look, these people are out here doing these things. We have it here, we have it there. What are we gonna do about it? And I think this is our opportunity to discuss and find the right pathways so that we do it correctly and we make sure that we end up with the result that we want. And that's really why I started bringing this conversation to Director Marks about a month and a half ago when I started seeing some of these trends.
Makes sense.
May I ask, probably an obvious question, but is it possible for you or the three of you to approach the Department of Justice to specifically request the path to be able to tighten up or enforce these transgressions, especially in lieu of the fact that it appears that with all the problems that I'm hearing in that specific MJ industry, and with the looming recession or whatever, that it's going to get worse, and that if we don't address it now and give proper agencies authority to do whatever it is, then it's going to get even worse and erode the whole premise of it.
Yeah, yes, and the complicating factor is a relatively new advice from DOJ about staying the administrative procedure when the person could incriminate themselves on the administrative procedure and different at the same time the criminal case is going. And that wasn't on the marijuana side, that's on the alcohol side that happened from a shooting. So we have that legal advice and that's new to us. So we're trying to figure out how we protect public safety, get the person to not be operating and still meet our obligation at the same time navigating that advice, which has become a little difficult. And then you throw the surrender on top of that at the same time, it becomes very complex. We will be reaching out to DOJ and we talk to DOJ quite regularly on these issues. And I'm hoping that they'll tell us there's a clear path, but there's a possibility that they might say that there's not a clear path and that you have to make a policy decision.
And that's it. The policy issue is really with the legislature to help us out. If we had stronger standards to stay any operations on the site during, in the course of these higher level violations, diversion, selling to kids, probably selling a lot to kids, not just like one instance, right? That would get, we have that problem, we can't stop operations of a bad facility pending the administrative process. They get due process. We had the same problem on the hemp growers. Remember, I think you heard this in Ashland, like when they, couldn't get on the property and we had to file to get on the property and that was a violation in itself and they couldn't get there.
I'm just wondering, and again, and maybe I'm missing something, but they have to transact legitimate business, they have to go through metric. If we did something as simple as
an immediate
violation of due process, that takes them out of the system.
So-
That's a violation of their state.
Commissioner Miletus, when they are suspended,
I got it.
when they are placed on immediate suspension, their account in metric is frozen at the same time, so they cannot interact in metric.
I don't think they even want to if they're going.
They usually, if they're gonna do anything at metric, doesn't matter, but we do freeze metric on suspensions.
I think that'll be a positive for them. They don't have to, that's just one more thing they don't have to account.
Well, right, but. if
They
they're
weren't
criminals,
using it correctly in the first place.
Yeah.
Will you please stick around for 2 minutes after the meeting?
Yes, sir.
All right, I think we've discussed this.
We have to have a motion. You need a motion, right?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Move to ratify the police stipulated settlement agreements as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Chipon Porter, Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. Thank you.
One more.
We got one more, the licensing stipulation settlement agreements, all of them are, well, I mean, if anybody's got any questions on them? Easy peasy. Let's do it. We'll take all three of them.
All right, Commissioner Curran,
We need a
We need a motion.
I move to ratify the police stipulated settlement agreements as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Doherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Chipon Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Revolve,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
No. Steve, if you promise to keep it short.
I do. I've already talked to you about the Cannabis Administration Opportunity Act, and that was primarily it. You did have in the room earlier, and she's gone, our new auditor, our internal auditor, Nicole Paxton, who should be working with us. We're going to expand the internal audit committee a bit in terms of membership. She's made that recommendation, so some of us will be working with her. Margaret's been the audit committee for a long time, and we're looking at broadening it both out with the commission and with staff on setting our priorities for the couple audits we might be able to do now every year with a person. So
Chair, I have one thing if I can. So this week, Lynette Clayton in our licensing division retired after 37 years at OLCC. She started out in the mid-80s and worked and retired and came back and worked some more. And I want to thank her for her service. And my friend to my right, Andy Schiller, who I got to work with when Kelly moved from HD, is moving on to a different position outside the agency. And I want to thank her for her hard work.
You can't do that.
So trust me, I tried to bribe her.
Where are you going? If I may add?
I'm going to become an ALJ at the Office of Administration.
Okay, you can go there.
Oh, I know.
There you go, boss. She was just trying to help you out.
Congratulations.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Every person who has changed jobs for an increased position is a wonderful thing.
I
So,
appreciate
I wish
that.
you nothing but the best.
Thank you. And Chair and Commissioners, it's been a pleasure and an honor working with you, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
And we to you.
That's actually quite wonderful. I just learned that is from the DOJ woman that was here before. And that a lot of people don't understand that. So kudos to you.
All right, thank
So
you.
Jeffrey is gonna be your boss?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Full team.
Tell him we said hello.
He sat on my panel interview, so. I mentioned CTS in my interview, and I think he appreciated that. He made a comment. Talking about old times.
Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.